Ryan. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Twitch.tv/esports at NCSU. Welcome, everyone, to the CLOL South third place match. Winner of this goes to Nationals. We got North Carolina State University, League of Legends Red, coming up against the Longhorn Premier from UT Austin. Rami, Preston, how are we feeling today?
Doing good. Ready for a late night series. Looking forward to it. Hopefully it's quick either way, but still good and entertaining.
Yeah, no, we're talking it up. This is going to be a rough one if we've got a five game, 45-minute banger and we leave here at 3 a.m.
Yeah, so go ahead, get cozy in bed, get some popcorn, get some snacks.
Get the ice cream ready if we lose. All right, already into draft. We got two bans on the board for the side of UT Austin, banning away the auction from Jas, of course, the classic. Everyone has been first banning that. If you look at his OP.GG, it's basically all that he plays. And for good reason. Samira also banned away. He's been very successful on that champion and can take over games very easily. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Alawi ban, I assume, is targeted at Pulse, which is definitely something he's played a lot. And the Vladimir ban also appears to be targeted at Sonder.
Yeah, and one important thing to note about Longhorn Premier's roster is that we talk about flex picks a lot, like putting one champion that can go into multiple roles, but one interesting thing about Longhorn's player roster is that many of their players play more than one role. So in past series, we've seen their support play top, and then their main top laner go support, their mid laner go jungle, etc., etc. And that makes it kind of tricky to ban against them because normally, as you can see, you want to ban like pocket picks, the Alawi, the auction, whatever. But Longhorn Premier has the ability to flex players, and that's something to note for the rest of this series.
I do want to point out 3 solo lane bans coming out of NC State, but 3 bans dumped into Jas for UT Austin. And with the Jinx first pick, that leaves open the Thresh, which Rediquin has had so much success on, and it leaves up the Gragas, which was permabanned in the UF series before. So now this is 2 really strong picks for NC State, while the Jinx goes towards UT Austin.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it every game in the last series. Gragas just essentially the perfect flex at the moment. Able to go jungle, mid, top, even support if you're really, really feeling the counter pick. But, I mean, Thresh already picked away, so we know it's going one of the 3. Just a really, really strong pick to pick early. A Fiora top, probably signaling to Chell not go Gragas top because you can repost the Gragas E, repost the Gragas R, and it's just not a pretty sight for the Gragas overall in lane phase.
Nautilus is also a pretty interesting pick. I think into Thresh, it's pretty even. It doesn't really, I don't think it'll dominate by any means, but probably just a comfort pick once again for Valency. Fiora's a very confident pick. Blind pick into no seeing, and I know everyone knows Bob Timer just only plays tanks, so yeah, it's kind of a free pick anyway, but a lot of confidence coming out of Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to get into it that, this series should be very reminiscent of the series we saw from State this past Saturday in terms of how these two teams like to play. I think Longhorn Premier, if we look at their past games, it has almost always been Fiora, Camille, Irelia, Gwen in the top lane. So they have a very lane dominant, I'm going to 1v1 you, I'm going to split push, I'm going to take over late game, and especially I'm going to abuse a tank matchup. That's how Pulse likes to play. That's how Longhorn likes to play. So Bob Timer needs to be ready for that, especially I would say after their last series. There's going to be a lot of pressure on NC State's top side. We all know Jason can carry. We've seen it in the past games. And that's just a fact at this point. Mm-hmm. The only question in our minds is, can the top side of NC State stabilize enough to make it to the late game?
Yeah, and I mean, the Ezreal, one of his standout champions from the last series, also one of his favorites overall. Really safe, good into Nautilus, good into Jinx. Just a really solid one. You see the Zed ban coming out of UT Austin.
Respect against June.
Big respect against June. It is very important there, but that's one of his favorites. I mean, really, you throw the Gragas top, put him on Zed mid, and then tell him either play safe or it's going to be a Z1v9. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see how far this Gragas flex goes. I wonder if NC State is going to pick top lane here. I feel like you almost definitely do pick top because if Gragas is flexible to mid lane, obviously you want to hold that flex. You already see the top lane matchup, so I'm expecting maybe a Malphite. Yeah, I mean, Malphite, it's a pretty safe pick into Fiora. Mm-hmm. You have your Q. You have your E to actually slow her all-in potential on you. So I think Malphite is a very safe pick. Also, Malphite loves it when the enemy team's ADC is very immobile. We see a Jinx on the other side. And unlike a Thresh support or a Leona or something, there's no way for Nautilus to actually stop a Malphite ult. Like if he just presses R onto Naz, there's like no way for him to get out of it. And we see Ari and Sejuani coming through.
Sejuani picked by not NC State?
Yeah,
That's
it's
crazy.
right?
And you already know it's going into the jungle, which is what's really funny because I'm pretty sure the only team in Collegiate that's going to pick Sejuani top is North Carolina State University
Yeah.
with Bo5 in the top lane. Lissandra Hover, I like. It was very successful for NC State even against you. Even in the games that they lost, Lissandra was one of the bright factors that was there for GG1. But instead of that, we're going to go with Orianna, which I also like. I think into Ari is very safe, very controlled. Once again, the control mage will allow you to farm very safely. And this team fight for NC State is going to be absolutely insane with Ezreal just peppering away. Malphite all-ins, and then the Gragas engage as well is just going to be so strong.
Overall, I mean, the Ori as well just pairs great with
Beautifully
every
with the
champion.
Malphite.
I mean, you toss it on the toss ball on Malphite, he goes in, you get a big 5-man shockwave. It's just perfect. You can do the same thing on Gragas if you E-flash or anything like that. And even it can come down to if Thresh hits a Q and gets in the middle of everybody. But overall, not loving the Ari Sejuani combo out of UT Austin. Typically, Sejuani, of course, for maximum value, you want double melee solo laner to stack passive fast. I mean, it works great for Fiora, probably signaling sort of a hover topside mostly. But still, Ari safe into the Orianna overall.
And you know, like that's one thing I was going to mention is I feel like the Silas ban from Longhorn was kind of interesting because I feel like you should sort of expect Malphite as a traditional counterpick to Fiora. You know, Sejuani really struggles into Fiora. She has a much harder time than Malphite does. Same with Ornn. Ornn struggles a lot more than Malphite. And I think if Longhorn was to leave the Silas pick up, it would pressure NC State away from picking Malphite because if you lock in Malphite and you have a Gragas, I mean, Silas already has two of the best ults in the game. So I think that Silas ban was kind of weird unless you were expecting June to maybe take it away from you on R4 and you don't have like the best answer to it. But I think NC State's comp screams ease of execution. I think that's like very, very crucial for them, especially on the top side of the map again, to just have champs that, you know, make it through lane phase and team fighting. It's so clear cut, easy to execute. Just everyone press R at the same time and you win.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's reminiscent of the classic comps you would see in Season 2, 3, 4, some of the world skins, even essentially all of these champions having one, minus Malphite. But, well, now he does. But overall, I mean, just, again, ease of execution, really low mechanical floor needed to win with this comp, as long as you can take a straight 5v5.
Other than Jason.
Other than Jason. Ezreal, you have to, kind of
I think
work it in.
The Sejuani Fiora pick is a dead giveaway that UT Austin is going to be looking to play through topside and like pretty much diverting all of their resources there. So it's going to be on Bob Timer Diff and on Bob Timer to be sure that they're playing as safe as possible and making sure that what happened in the UF game does not happen again. With the Cassante just rolling over them for the first two games and then the set rolling over them in the last game.
I mean, this is like a team comp where Fiora can very easily take over. I mean, if you're looking at NC State's team comp, you don't really want Orianna to be pressuring the side against Fiora. You know, like you really want her grouped because she is very vulnerable. She's not a very mobile champ. Even if she runs like phase rush, it's hard for her to escape. So I think NC State really, really needs to make sure Fiora does not get out of hand because even if Malphite like makes it through the lane phase, as soon as Fiora gets like Divine Sunderer, Hydra, maybe even Hullbreaker if he's playing super hard for side, it kind of just doesn't matter anymore because it is max health true damage, so armor will not do anything against that.
One factor that I think could come into play here is both teams here have really solid level 1 comps. I mean, double hooks, Sejuani with a solid CC, Gragas solid CC. Overall, could see an early skirmish either in one of the bot or top brushes, people trying to get a cheese, but we'll see how it goes.
We're going to go to a really quick break while we're waiting for the delay to catch up. So give us 1 second. We're going to get right into game 1 of this best of 5. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. Level 1. We talked about how interesting the level 1 could be, that both teams have a pretty solid level 1 comp, that they could definitely go for some cheese plays, some interesting ideas. And I know UF was a big fan of those. I'm not sure if UT Austin is going to be. As you can see, they just have a standard level 1.
Yeah. Just marking every entrance to the jungle. You see Ari moving down, essentially looking completely standard here. No special little walk-ups here trying to hug walls, play Fog of War here. Pretty safe overall. Kind of makes sense, especially for NC State, since you have such a great scaling team fighting comp. I'd say may have been a good thing to go for LG Premier overall, seeing, of course, Charm, Hook, Sejuani, all of that. I mean, just an easy level 1 overall.
Yeah, there was potential, but since everyone is just chilling, we can take the chance to talk about runes. One interesting thing to note is the grasp of the Undying choice in the top lane. Usually we see Malphite into melee matchups like Fiora run Comet, just because you can harass them down, and as soon as you hit level 9 and you get your max rank in Q, you can harass down your lane opponent and they don't really get to interact with you. But Bob Timer, he's opting in for Grasp, which means he's most likely just maxing W. And he is really just hard playing to stack as much armor as he can. And then in the bot lane, Jas is opting in for Conquer. We see Ezreal sometime run PTA if they're into a more squishy comp, expecting fights to be shorter. But I think Jas saw these two team comps and he knew there's a Sejuani, there's a Nautilus, there's a Fiora. These are champs I'm going to be hitting for a while, so the fights, they're going to be long. I'm going to run Conquer.
I like it. I think it's going to be it's going to be based on sustained damage. He wants to be as safer as possible, and it's good to get that little burst damage from PTA every now and again, but I think this is a bit safer of an option, and I like it. I am a little interested to see what happens in this early game. You can see the Glacial Augment proc from Redequin already nicely done out of the Flay, and Hook whiffing for Valency as well means that Jason and Redequin are untouched for the beginning of this lane. And that's got to feel good for this Ezreal Thresh.
Yeah. I mean, Nautilus, he is pretty scary at level 1 and level 2. He does so much damage. I think Nautilus is I would say him and Leona probably do the most damage in the game from a support stand view. So hitting too early can be really scary, but I think Jas and Redequin were very well aware of that fact and they just backed up. But there's a hook coming through, and Bob Timer Diff is here.
Admis is on the chase, though, but Valency is going to go down immediately as the newly renamed Jug King back takes first blood. Shu Hao on the Gragas, making his presence known in this third place match. An excellent start for the NC State bot lane, and an excellent start for the NC State jungler. And now we see GG1, a.k.a. June, going in now, going for something, as Jug King back is going for something as well. Finds the slam onto Admis, and Admis is going to get the kill back onto June, but Jug King back going for the trade. 1 auto away from killing here. Flash is available, doesn't even need to burn it. Burns the body slam, but that's a 2-for-1 in favor of NC State, but June does go down on the Orianna.
Yeah, really good interrupt there from Gragas in the bot lane, expecting the Nautilus Flash to come out there, of course, after getting hooked back. I mean, that's his only escape out unless he flashes up in the river, but flashes straight into the belly of the beast there.
Yeah, I'm liking the name changes from NC State here.
A little less confusing than Bob Timer did.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think, maybe after the UF series, they were we need
to change a pace.
A second wind, change it up a bit. So I like the new names, I'm here for it. I'm a fan.
Know, the king's around. He's back.
Yeah, no,
the crown on his head.
And yeah, top lane already down 10 CS, but that's kind of just to be expected.
I do like this fight here from Jug King. He's going for something, trying to bully the Sejuani early. June is there to support, but looks like Admis is not trifling with it. Both level 3, and he's going all the way in, so deep. June gonna back off as well, as Valency has rotated into the mid lane. June, no flash available. This could just be death for the Orianna again. Oh, the nice little sidestep on the Sejuani stun, and June gets to live another day, but that is forcing him to reset, and he doesn't have his teleport available.
Yeah, Sonder had flash there, and he just burned it off screen. So yeah. I think he maybe went in for a flash auto, but then the next refillable potion started ticking for June. So that actually ended up being in favor of State, because Valency wasted a timer roaming mid. And if we look at bot lane, Nas is being completely zoned off the wave.
Now Bob Timer getting some pressure, and he's definitely going to go down to Pulse and Admis. A nice attempt from him to make something happen, but unfortunately does go down in the gank. Nicely done from the UT Austin top side of the map. Sonder now getting bullied off by Jug King. There's so much presence from NC State in Saunders' lane. He just can't breathe.
One little note, I believe, from that mid-fight. The Sejuani Q actually bounced the Orianna out of the
As we see
charm.
a little bit of a 2v2 in the bot lane. Jask doing so much damage to Valency, and he's going to go for a kill. He's going to get one back. He might go down to Nas here, as Nas will get the trade. That's a 1-for-1. First kill goes to Jask, but Nas trades it right back. And that's a good trade for the side of UT Austin. I don't think that's bad at all.
Favorable lane state as well, where the wave is sitting. Nas will be able to collect like 2 free waves, I believe. And I want to mention what Pulse did on the top side. Like, when you're in a matchup, especially top lane, it's the most isolated lane. When you're able to control the wave and the way the wave is moving, and you can play for, like, a bounce if your jungle is pathing up. So Pulse is communicating. He's saying, hey, I'm going to bounce the wave out. It's a Malphite. He has no way to get out before level 6. So if you just run top, I'll pop Ghost, you just Q on top of him, and he's dead. So really well played from him to manage that lane.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, great Wave State bot lane, a great trade, 1-for-1 there. I believe Nas playing it safe there, not knowing where Jug King is there at the moment, so backing off, not chasing after the Thresh kill, after getting excited with the lethal tempo proc. And then, as you said, all Wave State being held top lane, Fiora ending up with a bit of a CS advantage there, up 30 CS at the moment, but it's going to be mitigated a little bit here at this wave, probably goes down to about a 20. And I know you mentioned a lot about the grass proc, and normally going Comet into melee matchups. I don't particularly hate it here, as when Fiora Q's in, you can go ahead and channel an auto, get your W off, and get a quick little trade to gain health. So it's better long-term, but definitely a much weaker laning phase.
Oh, nice hook from Valency onto June in the mid lane, and he's going to get charmed up as well. So much damage onto the Orianna as Albus comes over the wall from the chickens as well, and that's going to be a free kill. Beautifully done from the support of UT Austin as well as the jungle. Oh, but Jug King back with the E flash, gets it back onto Albus, and Redequin is here as well. Jas has also come up, the flame misses, but the hook does land as Valency goes so low. Sonder trying to trade back some damage. He has hit level 6, and Jas is still only level 5. No more kills to be had, but a 1-for-1 trade goes back as June falls, but Jas with 1 more kill participation, 3 kills on this Gragas. Jug King back having a great first game of the series.
You know, we wanted some exciting games since it's so late at night. Like, we want to stay awake, and we have 8 kills in 8 minutes, so I think we're on a good pace for an exciting series.
It seems like we're in for a bloodbath, boys, because these teams are fighting at every opportunity. And look at Jas already walking up on Nas, trying to get some poke damage down. He is absolutely ruthless on this Ezreal. Yeah,
one thing, I guess, is a little callback. 2 weeks ago in our series, we Jug King once again played Gragas there, choosing for that same rune choice, going Dark Harvest straight into Night Harvester, going for that late-game high-damage build. Very low survivability, but very aggressive. And you can see it's working out for him so far. 3-0 right now, looking to stack up a ring, as well as looking to overall gain more Dark Harvest stats for higher ability to one-shot these squishy carries on the side of UT Austin overall late game.
And that's something I like for the side of NC State, because we saw in their UF series, sometimes in draft they'll overcommit to putting everything in the bot lane basket, and sometimes their draft leaves them in a spot where they don't have any damage outside of Jas. So I really, really like seeing champions like Orianna opposed to Lissandra and Gragas opposed to like a Maokai, when NC State feels like they want some more damage from the rest of the team.
I think if you are Jinx or Ahri this game, you are very scared of Jug King, because with 3 kills, Dark Harvest, and a Night Harvester on the way, he is going to absolutely shred. And this is going to be a lot of damage onto Valency. The flash is forced, as the box is also popped by Redequin. Really nice stuff from the NC State bot lane to force out the Summoner spell.
Yeah, I mean, a really good play overall there. The Thresh Hook directly hitting its mark, of course. Nautilus not being the traditional tank support that he is late game at the moment, of course, only having that 1 Kindle gem to his name. Survived due to, I believe I saw Bone Plating proc there, helping him stay alive overall. But yeah, really big damage, of course, overall. And as you were mentioning, I mean, overall, these carries really need to be scared of this Gragas. Anytime that you see Gragas with flash up, you can go for the body slam flash combo that you see in all the highlight montages, and that'll just be 1 dead carry.
The Season 3 Faker montages back in the day.
There we go.
Exactly. And I mean, if you are Jinx in this game, you know you have the target on your back, and you're against champions like Malphite and Gragas and Orianna, who all have so much ability to catch you out. So I think Naz is going to have to play exceptionally well around his flash timer and make sure he's staying safe, because if his flash is down, but Bob Timer or Jug King have
Oh.
their flashes up, he's dead.
Unstoppable force popped by Bob Timer to get onto Pulse, but great little dodge from the body slam, and he might just get out. Never mind.
Close.
Yep.
Explosive Cask takes the kill. Beautifully done by the top side of the map from NC State. And this is an absolute turnaround from what we've seen in past games that we were watching on Saturday. 4 kills for Jug King so far.
Yeah, actually, really smart play there by Bob Timer and Jug King, both holding their ults into the last possible second. You saw Bob Timer not immediately ulting, holding it, trying to feign out, like, are you going to fight? Are you not
Oh
gonna
my
fight?
god, flash forward
in.
play and the hook as well. So much damage comes onto Nas, and Redequin only takes a little bit for himself. Damage is getting traded back onto Jas, however, and the jungler is in this bot lane as well. So there's nothing more for the NC State bot lane to find. But a nice little trade there. No kills just yet, but Sonder going to get spotted by a ward, and June maybe going to give him a little bit of damage. Ooh! And the crab goes the way of Jug King, but will he trade his
Blabber?
life for it? Looks like he will.
He does, in fact, trade his life. Yeah, a bit of a callback to Blabber's Crabbers right now.
That's got to hurt as well, because that's the shutdown gold as well, and that's a lot of damage onto Jas. Jas might go down here as Albus is in the top lane, Admis is in the top lane, or in the bot lane as well, and he's going to go all in, go for the flash forward as well. Jas is solo, but Admis is going very deep for this. I wonder if he's even going to be able to do anything. Jas might be able to just get the kill back. Both junglers trading their lives for nothing.
Yeah, really good play overall. You saw both flashes go through at the same time, but the Sejuani
Oh, June?
second W proc not quite go through. Ooh,
Oh.
Ezreal slightly wide, but June goes in and hits the shockwave. No
The
tower
Nautilus
shots
ultimate
taken.
as well, but the hook from Redequin takes out Sonder. What a hook from the NC State support.
Yeah, I mean, great hook. I think Admis's idea there was we're dropping Herald, and there are 3 stacked waves on the side of Longhorn, so if they can deny all that CS from Jas, it'll be worth it. I
Oh,
think
Jug
it
King.
was, but what is happening next is not so worth.
They are not giving me any time to breathe as Nas is going to go down to Jug King as well. The explosive cask
Bomb bomb.
also onto Valency. That is a double kill for the jungler of NC State. And it is just Pulse left alive on the map on his island with Bob Timer. And what can you even do against this Malphite right now? Nothing.
You know, I was missing him Saturday, but I think Jug King is back.
I think he is too.
Yeah, I mean, new name, new face. He's ready here.
He's got a new mindset, and he's playing super aggressively. We saw him take so many plays on that Lee Sin, on the Elise. He was going for so much aggressive stuff. And honestly, in that UF match, if a couple of those plays had gone right, the games would have been very different. But now he's playing with confidence. He's on a better champion as well. And he is doing the damage, and he is doing his damnedest to carry his team forward. 6-1-0 on the Gragas so far, and still only 2 sets behind. As much presence as he showed in the lane, he has not been behind on farm at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think both junglers have kind of just been running around the map because there is so much fighting going on. You know, usually when you're playing jungle, it's camps or fighting, but it's just fighting this game. We see the AD carries almost have double the farm of their junglers, so I think Jug King and Admis are definitely going to be poor this game. But Jug King has 6 kills.
Yeah, overall, I mean, NC State up 4 kills. Although if you can note the gold difference, not quite revealing that. I mean, overall, top still hitting a major CS lead, 40 CS up, while almost even pretty much everywhere else in the map will mean that a lot of that gold shift is mitigated strictly on the Fiora. So it'll be interesting to see when this Fiora joins team fights later on.
Yeah, and I think it also comes down to tower plates. You know, we see Fiora able to pressure this tower against Bob Timer because no matter how well the lane is going, Pulse will
Oh,
get
here comes
pressure.
another gank. And he has no flash. He doesn't even have flash on his champion. So that's going to be a lot of damage coming in from Jug
Really
King.
well played.
And just beautiful,
Really
beautiful
well played.
CC chain as Jug King gets a 7th kill on this game, putting NC State at 10 kills to 5, taking a bit of a gold, well, not quite. Taking a 200 gold lead, and now UT Austin going to go for this bottom side of the map. And you can see that there is a CS lead in the bot lane, actually. For the first time in maybe my entire life, Jas is losing in CS. This Redequin getting caught out by the Glacial Prison. That's just a perfect catch from the side of UT Austin. Great vision play and great ultimate from Admis, and that's going to secure them the second dragon of the game.
Yeah, I think a bit disrespectful because Jug King just showed on top side, and Longhorn knows that he's either top walking down.
Oh,
or
June is going for some damage as Jas is here as well
Wow.
and will secure it with the True Shot Barrage paired with the W. Beautifully done by the carry duo of NC State University. 6-11 as they give up the dragon for a kill. Oh, Bob Timer gets back his recall as well. Nicely done.
Shield protecting his recall there, not quite proccing through the whole shield, even though there's Defiant Sunder down already. That was a really, really big play. I mean, topside, you saw Jug King overall going for the body slam flash instead of just the body slam so that it's harder for the Fiora to react with the riposte, you know, netting them that kill. And then you saw the really heads-up play from June there, walking forward, knowing knowing the limitations of his damage and his CC there, getting the slow, getting the ult off.
Oh, the hook onto a minion, and then the flay back as Nas is going to take a lot of damage here with the box dropped as well. So that's just going to go down to Rediquin's auto attack. So much damage coming out from Jug King back. The Dark Harvest proc also just doing a ton of damage. Is the hook available for Rediquin? We might be looking for something else onto Valencia. Sonder clearing out the wave in mid. Doesn't allow them to take the turret, but this is a Rift Herald contest, and I don't think UT Austin is in the best place at all.
Yeah, I mean, their ADC is dead, and everyone from NC State is here.
Oh, Abmas might go down right here as so much damage coming out from NC State. Jas behind his tanks is not getting touched at all. Jug King going to throw out his barrel as well. The Glacial Augment, no flash! Nicely done by Valency to avoid Rediquin's hook, which has been so accurate this whole time. If he doesn't flash there, he dies.
Yeah, first hook there narrowly avoided on the side, ending up with no kills there. Also, importantly, the Malphite ult was not up until about towards the end of that fight. So if Malphite ult was there, of course, I think it goes a little differently. But they stack up, completely able to get out as, low on the major cooldowns on NC State.
Yeah, and I mean, this whole, Herald situation started off of the back of what we were talking about earlier. If Nas does not have flash available, he's a sitting duck. Rediquin didn't even have to land the hook on him. He just needed to find a hook on a minion,
close enough.
Yeah, close enough in the same zip code. He was able to find the flay onto Naz. Again, no flash, Lantern and Jug King, Jas is there to follow up, and he's just dead. But his flash is up now. We see Infernal Drake is spawning in just under 3 minutes. It'll be second Drake for both teams. I'm interested to see how NC State is going to choose to use this Herald. They might save it a bit until Drake is spawning. They might use it to try and crack mid tower because mid outer tower allows you to unlock so much of the map as soon as you're able to take that down. The only tower down on the map right now is NC State's bot tower. So I really think they need to start getting some of the standing gold in the towers and get more pressure on the map.
I want to point out that the kill distribution for NC State is looking very, very nice. 7 kills on Jug King, but 4 kills on Jace, who is the hard carry that we've been talking about for the past 3 weeks or something. And Bob Timer going in on Pulse does pop the...
Pulse wins this.
It's very close, but that was beautifully done by Bob Timer to just pop him open with the unstoppable force, and there's nothing you can do there. You're so low, and that was kind of a greedy stay by Pulse.
Is Top King back?
I think Top King might be back.
Yeah, I mean, a really good vision play there from Bob Timer. Being able to walk into the bush, hold his ult until he's barely either inside of the bush, out of vision, or on top of Fiora. Really hard to react at that point, but ending up getting the kill. Yeah, now that you see a lot of armor coming out on the side of the Malphite, but we have an engage here.
Ooh, really nice engage onto Rediquin, but Rediquin might be the only one that goes down, and Rediquin hasn't even gone down as Jas takes down Sonder off screen. He's going to go for one more onto Abmas, who's taken so much damage, and he's going to get the E out as well. Beautiful stuff from Jas as Bob Timer rejoins the fight and is going to take out Valency, and it's just Nas versus 4. Pulse is the last one alive, and he's nowhere near the fight. He's in his own lane. 4-for-1 as NC State goes up big, 17-7.
I mean, just take a look at the items real quick. We see 2 item power spike for Jas. We see Bob Timer on Sunfire Bramble. That's full build for a Malphite. We see Jug King has a Night Harvester and the Needlessly Large Rod. I mean, NC State is power spiked. All of their gold is so effective right now. Mid-game is where this team comp really, really spikes. And I think, if you're Longhorn here, you can't really take this fight. All your Jinx has is a Kraken Slayer. She can't really melt through the Malphite yet. She can't even threaten a Gragas who's on her face. So I really think Longhorn, they can't look for that play because the opening, it looked great, right? They found Rediquin slightly out of position. He almost got one shot, but they just don't have the damage yet. And I think it's just not the right time for Longhorn to fight. And they really want to be looking to, change the play style away from 5v5 team fighting right now and put more pressure on the side lane. But we see Pulse died solo against Bob Timer, and as soon as that happens, it's such a hit to your team morale because you're like, man, we picked this Fiora
in
to
order
dominate
to
the side lane, and she's dying. So I feel like if you're Longhorn now, you're gonna have to start getting creative. 5v5, it's not working out.
Abmas is looking for something onto June, but how much damage can this Sejuani really do? June is gonna take some damage, and he's gonna get forced out of lane, but will he die here as the teleport coming in from Bob Timer? And the team is coming over to support as well. Rediquin here gets the flay, and the hook does not land onto Valency. A bit of a hurtbox shift there. Really nicely done from the Nautilus to get away.
Yeah, the hook narrowly avoided overall. I mean, for Longhorn, the window is closing ever so slowly. I mean, you're really low on win cons at this point. You're looking for that hyper late game, either Jinx carry, getting you through the team fights with a Sejuani standing in front, or the late game Fiora split pushing win con. I mean, this Fiora, you need to get hyper fed at this point, and that's just going to be done by side laning.
And now Bob Timer doing so much damage on this Malphite, has to pop the ult, is Pulse, and the Unstoppable Force is available as well as the Shockwave, I believe. So if June can stay in range of Bob Timer, looks like he cannot, as too much move speed on the Fiora prevents any kills from happening. But it has to hurt to just be forced out of lane like that, as you can see how much map space NC State still has. There's no vision from UT Austin on the bot side, on the Dragon side.
Yeah, I mean, that side laning win con really just not even looking like it's possible at this point. I mean, you lose 1v1s to the Malphite pretty much every time at this point. He's getting more armor. He's just going to keep stacking armor because Malphite's damage scales with armor. It's almost unplayable for this Fiora up top lane.
I mean, we saw Bob Timer say, you know what, guys? I'll go down 30 CS in lane, sure. I do not care, you know, let me get my Sunfire, let me get my Bramble, I am a happy man. And we see him, he's able to hold Fiora and even beat her. And if you're Malphite in this game, as long as your tower is not dead, like your inner tower, your inhib tower, you're doing your job. So not only is Bob Timer accomplishing that, he's actually pushing Pulse away from the lane.
And this is the Bob Timer that we wanted to see against UF. The guy who's so good at weak side, so good at getting zero resources, getting put in the worst possible matchups ever, and still managing to come out of it with a solo kill and affect team fights the way that he has. And his rotations have been impeccable. The calls have been so good from Jas as well. Hook going wide from Redequin, but look at how much space NC State has. Jas just gets to E over the wall for free because there's no threat that happens from the side of UT Austin. Jas is going to get bursted down a little bit, but he's going to live as he's going to take out Nas. Sonder attempting to get the kill on a Jas, but he can't find it, and Jas is going to continue to live as Pulse goes for anything, and nothing is found. He lives on the sliver of health, and what can you do when your Ezreal can't even get one shot?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just a miracle that the Ezreal didn't die there. You saw one after one, first getting hit by the Nautilus hook, you know, stunned up there, and the Jinx, autoed by the Jinx, charmed by the Ahri, just over and over getting hit, but just barely able to stay alive through methods from Redequeen. You see the Locket being popped, the Lantern being popped, Orianna Shield being popped, just everybody stacking it on that Ezreal there.
I mean, with that Nash going down, you have to feel like this is the end for Longhorn.
At least in this game one.
Yeah, obviously just a game. It's just I don't really see an avenue for them back in this game. You know, Jug King is on 2 items and a Medjai's. June is about to hit his 2-item spike with Seraphs. We see Jas is already on 3 items. He has so much ability haste. He feels so confident that he can just arcane shift into the faces of Longhorn, and his E will be back up. He has a Lantern. He has his Flash. Bob Timer is a giant right now, and I don't really see how this Kraken Slayer Bloodthirster Jinx is going to be able to take him out.
Yeah, I mean, barely anything gotten out of the shield so far as well. And one thing to note, I mean, that fight started without the Gragas, but Gragas buying the Medjai's here, knowing that he is so far ahead, he is going full damage, up to 12 stacks now, was 10 at the time of purchase. So, I mean, this feels like the nail in the coffin. With Baron especially, you're not winning a side lane push.
Saunders going to get hooked in and the flame back, and that's so much damage coming out from Jas. You have to just be, nice dodge. You have to burn the R to get through that. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff from the NC State bot lane. You cannot get anywhere close to Redequin, or he will hook you in.
And I really like what State is doing with their Nash buff compared to what we saw on Saturday. On Saturday, they tried to go for more of a 1-3-1 split, and that left them really vulnerable on their side lanes, and it led to their Baron basically just being wasted, but this time we see them, they're just 4-1ing it. They're sending Bob Timer top saying, hey, we know you can take out Pulse, just you go deal with her, and our core 4 members is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, as well, the disengage is really
my God, beautiful hook onto Sonder. June with the shockwave, and Pulse is going to go down to Bob Timer in the solo kill as well. Everything is just falling apart for Longhorn Premier in this game one, as NC State is able to free walk it into the base. Baron minion still alive. Inhibitor is going to go down. It is a 3v5, and your strongest member is dead. What are you supposed to do in this situation?
Yeah, June, knowing the radius of that shockwave perfectly, pulls in 2 to perfectly line it up with the thresh hook. I mean, we're looking for the end here. I don't know how they can contest. Nas is just not fed like that.
And now Almis is just going to do his damnedest to do anything. Valency going to push back the team as well, but Bob Timer just zoning everyone away. And look at NC State. They want to up the KDA. They want to up the kills, but that's game one going to the Wolfpack in this 3rd place match.
Yeah, I mean, this is everything we wanted to see out of NC State, especially after Saturday's match. We wanted to see a more stable top side for them. We wanted to see less pressure on Jason to just 1v9 the game. He can do a bit of like 1v3, 1v4, but 1v9 is a bit, out of his reach. So really solid from NC State's top side this game. Even though Jas was the carry in the end, I think Jug King back played a very, very controlled game. And that's what we wanted to see out of him today, is just going for less flip plays, going for more control, going for more stability. And talking about stability, there was a very big malfight in the top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, overall damage-wise, if you look at it, carry out of Jess, I mean, really great damage, really great survivability, as you saw in those team fights there. But I mean, the playmaking out of Jug King was just wonderful. It's hard to not make him feel like the carry of that game, because he set up all those plays early game. He went ahead and snowballed himself while the Ezreal quietly farmed up on the side, and then Ezreal took over in mid-game team fights.
Yeah.
Really, really solid stuff. We're going to go to a really quick break, but we're going to be right back for Game 2. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back very soon.
Banger next.
is too short for fear.
We are back for Game 2 of the third place match between NC State Red and UT Austin Longhorn Premier. Game 1 was a bit of a bloodbath, but NC State came out on top with Bob Timer on Malphite and Jug King returning to his throne.
The Gragas disc, the the cask diff.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. We're already in draft for Game 2, so we're going to jump right into it. We're looking at Jinx's first pick once again.
The Malphite
ban.
Respect shown to our top king.
I will say that leaves the door open for a Fiora on Blue 3 or Blue 2. Just because the Malphite not being there means that they're looking for any other counter pick instead. Yeah. And the Malphite is kind of the #1 counter pick, I think.
I mean, I get banning Malphite in general, like sure, but I don't really like banning it this early. This, to me, says Silas is not in the pool for Longhorn Gaming, because especially if Pulse can play it, if Bob Timer's lucking in Malphite blind pick, you just take Silas and it's kind of game over top lane. But I think Longhorn is saying he's just too good at Malphite, you know, so we're going to ban it away. And
putting
we see
some respect on the Juggernaut's name.
Yes, and we see kind of like a salty run back right now. We see the Jinx first pick on Blue 1. Longhorn got to pick the side. So they went back to Blue, picking Jinx, and then stayed again for the Thresh Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think the Malphite ban as well, a little weird to me. Because, you know, but we've talked about it before, Bob Timer is so used to weak side at this point. He can just pick one of the other 11 tanks that he plays. And although he'll have less offensive pressure in the top lane, he can just wait. And, I mean, as you saw, Jug King, Jas being the main two playmakers next, a hover of Draven is an interesting one, but there's no way. I mean, not terrible into the Karma Jinx, high pressure, but yeah expecting just an Ezreal again to be paired with the Thresh.
Whoa, guys, surprise! Ezreal's getting picked.
Surprise.
The exact same draft for NC State so far. Thresh, Gragas, Ezreal once again. Redequin was so good on the Thresh in Game 1. It was beautiful to watch. It was nice. He hit, like, he had aimbot on his hooks. It was unstoppable, like, really. And then Ezreal, once again, just such a safe pick, such a safe scaling champion that Jas is so good at ramping up on. And Gragas was so effective as well. And Fiora banned away because they can't pick Malphite into it. I love it.
That is really funny. I mean, yeah, the Ezreal may as well run it back. It worked so well the time before. It pairs so well with Thresh. It's, I mean, safe into Karma Jinx. You have essentially equal range and poke power into the Jinx, the Karma matching W and Jinx Q auto range. We see, like you said, the Fiora ban. A Zed ban again, knowing, I mean, June, just one of his favorite champions. He's really, really known for it. I'm waiting to see another carry top, another anti-tank, Camille and Fiora offering a very similar role, both having high either % health damage or true damage in their kit built in, making that laning phase easier if you're playing against somebody like Bob Timer, who's prepping to play Ornn, Sejuani, you know, one of the big tanks.
And so for me, the question is, what do you blind pick now on the side of Pulse? Because chances are in this draft, I think NC State would be fine with just drafting a mid laner here. I could see them just going for Ornn because they know Camille and Fiora are both out of the way, but what I'm worried about is how deep Pulse's pool is now if Longhorn wants to continue playing for this like split push side lane strategy. Because the only other option that fits that like theme is Gwen right now as far as champs that are in the meta, but if you look at their comp thus far, they have Elise, they have Karma, and I don't think that Sonder plays a ton of AD mids, so if you pick Gwen with Zed and Yasuo banned, you're kind of very, very heavy magic damage. And then if Bob Timer picks Ornn and just stacks like tabbies into like Force of Nature, he kind of just doesn't die. So interested to see what the blind pick for Pulse will be.
I do want to point out, once again, the exact same draft available for the side of NC State.
That's true.
And the Syndra gets locked in for Nas, and the Twitch gets hovered as well. I don't think that's real.
Definitely a bait hover. I mean, that would be sending a Twitch top lane. Or, I mean, potentially Karma top, Twitch support, a bit of a solo queue experience. But, you know, definitely just a joke hover.
Sincerely, I hope that is not the case. The Jax hover is much more realistic. And I think blind picking Jax is not great. But I think NC State is a team that you can probably blind pick Jax into because Bob Timer plays tanks.
Yeah, I mean, it's anti-tank. It's high hyper-scaling late-game carry. I mean, you can really just steamroll.
I was about to say I would really like to see either Gragas go top or Bob Timer pick either Poppy or Cho'Gath here. Poppy does exceptionally well into Jax. He can interrupt his leap strike. Your Q actually goes straight through his counter strike because it's not an ability or not an auto attack. And we do see Lee Sin going into the jungle, which I really love. Gragas is such a safe, consistent pick into Jax because your body slam always takes priority over Jax's leap strike. So Bob Timer, again, it'll be super hard for him to actually die in this lane, and I could actually see him coming out on top again.
Yeah, I mean, Gragas are really safe. He leap strikes forward, you body slam him back. The stun lasts just long enough for you to just naturally walk out of the counter strike at that point. So you dodge the stun. You've essentially done just a quick little trade with very, I guess, low kill potential on it, but with Lee Sin attached, Lee Sin high early game execution damage through the QE. I am interested. I like the swap over to Syndra from the previous Ahri here. I mean, Syndra is going to have a lot more lane pressure on the Orianna. As soon as she's 6, there's that constant kill potential, as well as pairing really well with the Elise, going for a cocoon into the QE Syndra combo, followed by the balls that follow and everything.
I will say Jax does, like, I would say maybe 30% magic damage towards the late game. So even though it's not as bad as having a Gwen in the top lane, I still think magic resist is super valuable for NC State's top side. And especially, I can see Bob Timer going for a more tank Gragas. We've seen a few different builds. There's like the First Strike Rod of Ages variant. There's like Phase Rush with Everfrost. But there's also just Grasp of the Undying. And then you go like Rod of Ages and then Force of Nature or Abyssal Mask. I think if NC State gets maybe just 1 or 2 magic resist items onto the Lee Sin, onto the Gragas, they'll be pretty tanky, especially if they continue to shut down Nas. He's the only real, like, consistent physical damage for the side of Longhorn. So if he's not fed, it is going to be pretty hard for Longhorn to actually deal enough damage. All of their damage in this comp is front-loaded, again, other than the Jinx. Syndra and Elise are very burst-heavy champs, and if they're not able to actually just straight-up one-shot you, they'll struggle to find a kill.
And the Karma really doesn't help to mitigate any of this, I guess, option that you have here. Again, just a high magic damage, high lane pressure champion overall. Not particularly great into the team fighting stage. No real engage out of it. And that's another thing that I want to note from this. Really low on potential engage overall for
It
UT
is
Austin.
pretty much just Syndra.
It is Syndra, and it is an Elise Cocoon on a vital member such as Ezreal or Orianna.
And we know that NC State is not getting hit by that cocoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you have an Ezreal and, for some champs like Lee Sin and Gragas, even if you do get hooked or get cocooned, you have a get out of jail free card. You have that Thresh Lancer in your back pocket to just get you out. And I think the name of the game for Longhorn is going to be vision control. Because like we said, if you don't have a lot of engage and most of your kill threat is based off of picks, with champs like Syndra and Elise, you have to get into the river first. You have to set up pink wards. You have to set up vision control and force NC State to face check you, because if they are face checking you, it really like raises the odds of landing that cocoon, landing that Syndra stun. So unless Longhorn is able to get vision control, like you said, I think they might struggle to find kills.
And as well, when it comes to overall item pathing, I mean, as we said, Jazz is going to be really the pivotal member for the damage late game here. QSS is a really valuable item here. I mean, later on in the game, that gets you out of the cocoon and the Syndra stun, as well as pretty high on magic resist when it comes to overall ADC items available. So, I mean, just overall should make the item build path for the side of NC State fairly easy. As we said, stack Force of Nature. You could even flex into something like an Abyssal Mask to buff the Orianna damage, but should be overall slightly benefiting. I would give the draft edge over to NC State overall with this. Easier to execute and better damage spread.
Pretty much more of the exact same from NC State. That easy to execute team comp, that 5v5 is going to be so strong. We're going to go to a real quick break while we figure out spectator delay, and we're going to be right back with game 2.
I don't think so.
Game number 2. Here we go. NCSU Red versus LG Premier. NCSU on the red side once again. LG Premier on the blue side. And a couple of interesting things to point out. Grasp of the Undying taken by this Jax. Looking for a little bit more lane pressure. Maybe trying to survive, not let Bob Timer get any more of those solo kills that he got last game.
Yeah, trying to match a little bit of scaling, go for short little trades after autoing the wave sum every time, knowing that after you get body slammed, you're not going to get any value out of something like Lethal Tempo or Conqueror in lane. Although better for late game, once again, really easy to get kicked off, hooked off, flayed off anyway, just really easy for the NCSU Red team to disengage overall. So I like this. I like the rune choice.
Yeah, I think Jax is going to struggle to find like avenues to actually make impact in this game because Gragas is just the ideal champion to counter a Jax. You know, your body slam, it's impossible to miss that sort of disengage. There's also like explosive cask, there's a thresh flay on top of everything else. So Jax, he is going to struggle to find purchase in this game, which means his lane phase is even more important, I think, than it was last game because we saw him have honestly like a strong laning phase. You know, he took 3 plates off of Bob Timer's turret. He was up 40 CS. He had pressure, but then he failed to actually turn it into anything meaningful. And I think it's actually going to be harder for him this game than it was last game. So we'll have to see if he can, do any better. But aside from the top lane matchup, we're pretty much seeing an identical game to the first one. We have 2 mages in the mid lane. We have a Lee Sin in the jungle and an Elise for Longhorn. So I really think the pressure early game is on Longhorn to make stuff happen bot side. I think as soon as like the 15-20 minute mark hits, if Abmus has not found a lot of kills, a lot of snowball potential, he is going to start falling off on the Elise and he's going to struggle to make impact.
As well, I think one big factor in the difference between the 2 games is as we saw the swap over from Nautilus to Karma out of the bot lane for LG Premier, going to go for a little bit more lane pressure, less engage overall, and I think that honestly is going to give them a harder time as we go into the late game.
It should make this level 1 to level 2 a little bit easier for them as Redequin might not be able to go for some of those crazy hooks that he was earlier, and it might not have as much kill pressure for the Ezreal Thresh lane, just because that Karma's a little bit safer, has a little bit more damage than the Nautilus early as well, but that just means it's going to be that much harder for them in the mid game.
Exactly. I was about to say, like, last game, at the very least, you have Nautilus ultimate onto Ezreal guaranteed to connect, right? Like, no matter what, Arcane Shift, Flash, Heal, Lantern, it is going to connect, but this game you have a Karma, so if you thought Jas was slippery last game on the Ezreal, he has even less pressure this game.
As we see June getting engaged on by Abmus and Sonder, gonna see if he can get out without using the flash, as Abmus is going to flash forward and land the Q as well. The repel is beautiful as the jungler from Longhorn makes his mark on game 1, playing that carry, but Jug King making it happen in the mid lane, lands the Sonic Wave as well, and that is an immediate trade back. Jug King is indeed back.
I think Sonder, fell asleep at the wheel or something. He kind of just let that happen to him.
Yeah, I mean, that felt a little weird overall. June, of course, going for the little side steps, trying to hold flash.
Oh my God,
nice
Valency.
Arcane Shift forward.
Oh, and the flash forward from Jas. What was Valency doing in the middle of the lane?
Keep going.
They can keep going, and Nas is in a lot of trouble here. He could just die. Another kill going to the bot lane as that's 2 for NC State. And already after the first blood, everything is starting to fall apart as Pulse is also very real. The flash forward from Jug King as Abmus does make it happen. Thank God the Elise was there because that was almost disastrous for all of Longhorn Premier. Abmus showing his mettle on this Elise.
Yeah, I mean, really, I felt a little disrespectful there earlier out of the Syndra at the mid lane going for that wave push, a little greedy, knowing that the Lee Sin could potentially be coming near, trying to mark the Elise. After that, then the play in the bot lane, I mean, a big thresh hook into the follow-up from Jazz, Arcane shifting forward as well as flashing over the Jinx W. And then, I mean, the top lane fight was just a nice cocoon onto the Gragas, and then the flash forward from Jax to get the quick auto reset.
You gotta wonder what Valency was doing in the lane down there. That was just
Yeah.
kind of bad positioning, and Redequin is never gonna miss that opportunity.
I mean, I was talking about players playing multiple roles on this roster, right? I think Valency's main role is actually mid lane, and I believe he plays a lot of Talon, Kiana, these assassin picks. So I really think he might be out of his comfort zone in the bot lane here.
Especially on an enchanter.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think he really understands the matchup very well. We saw him just stepping up. I believe his flash wasn't even up or something. I saw it was down when that engage happened. So I think just not respecting the matchup. And Jinx Karma really, really gets
Oh
outscaled.
my god, Bob Timer going in on Albus, or on Abmus, and he's trying to find something, trying to find some damage, because this Elise has been the only thorn in NC State's side so far.
Yeah. But as I was saying, Karma really falls off compared to a Thresh because Thresh offers so much utility
And
and
always
the
will
hook and the
offer that
lantern.
utility.
And right, like no matter what, he has utility, but Karma, a lot of her kit is damage. And if she's not ahead, she kind of just falls off a cliff. And so Longhorns, the bot lane, falling behind. They have no
Here comes Jug
summoners.
King.
Here he is.
Oh, and a flash over for Redequin, and the flay back. Nas, you have no summoners. You just have to be dead at this point. There's nothing you can really do. It's just going to be an auto attack from Jazz to finish it off. And Jug King secures another one for the team. That's 3 kills on the Ezreal already. Disaster striking in the bot lane for Longhorn Premier.
Yeah, I mean, flashing over the Chompers there to get the Lantern in is just a really heads-up play out of Red Queen there. You know, normally you would think that you just need to walk forward as your Lee Sin's already essentially standing on the face of the Jinx. But really great of him to walk over, make sure that Jazz gets in range to get that kill in the end, as you see 3 kills onto Jazz. So the whole 3 of the 4 kills overall for NC State being on him, knowing that Jazz is, again, the hyper carry, the man of the hour. He's here to put in the damage.
Yeah, and we see some emoting going down in the top lane, you know, like especially this meta. When your bot lane is winning, you kind of just like toss up the thumbs up. You're like, yeah, top diff. You know, like my Ezreal is 3-0. But, you know, I mean, Bob Timer, very similar to last game. Sure, he's down, I think, after this wave is collected, maybe 10 to 5 CS, somewhere in that range. Oh,
he missed one.
Oh,
Oh, he missed
Oh,
one!
come
Bob Timer,
on.
no! Disaster striking for the top lane of NC State University.
Okay,
as
never
2
mind.
CS falls to the turret.
make it
The
18
game's over.
CS. Yeah, 18 CS stuff. But anyways, point stands. Just like last game, he's fine going down a bit of farm in this lane. You know, he's Gragas, again, utility champ. Basically just another tank compared to the Jax. He's going to have so much more impact in a team fight coming in slightly behind. So Pulse in order to make this pick work, is going to have to find a huge lead.
And the grasp as well, it means that Bob Timer is just going to be stacking tank items once he maybe gets that Rod of Ages, but it's just going to be so hard for Pulse to do you can't do anything. Every time you go in, you're just going to get body slam back, and you already know Bob Timer is going to be saving his body slam for every single time. As the bot lane going for a little bit of a fight as well as Pulse, cross map plays going on for both teams. He's trying to make something happen, but what a hook from Redequin under the tower, and the flay as well. He goes down to Valency.
I believe tanking an accidental turret shot there.
Jug King going to find nothing on Pulse, and wow, just as excited as I got for NC State, nothing happening as Redequin finally makes a mistake for the first time in a long time.
Jinx pops the
True
ghost.
Shot Barrage is available as it misses onto Valency, and the flash forward from Jas. Oh my god, he gets a kill in the 1v2. A Q lands, and he might be at another. Oh, just barely misses as Jas towing the line. What a crazy player this AD carry is.
He needed 1 extra rune in that Mystic shot.
Oh, he's going for it. Is Valency in
He's
the
gonna
wave?
heal.
This is questionable from Jazz. As now Pulse is gonna make one happen on to Jug King. Bob Timer attempting to trade one back as Redequin is running so much interference, and look at this. They're all stacking into Bob Timer, so maybe he can't land the Q, but he does, and June gets the trade back eventually. A 2-for-1 across the map in favor of UT Austin. Jazz going down to a bit of a questionable play in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say it. This is sort of reminding me of Saturday. You know, what we saw game 1 today was very controlled from NC State. They were only taking like 90% plus plays, but in this game,
they're taking the 80s.
yeah,
and
like
the 70s.
they're taking the 80s.
They're going
and the
down
70s,
a little further than that, I
so,
think.
Like, you know, Jas Ezreal has like a reputation of eing forward whenever there's an opportunity. He did E forward and he got out and then he went in again. So I think NC State needs to remember, like, guys, this is our elimination match. It's either we go to nationals or we go home. So I really want to say C-State, take one step back and just remember, like, guys, let's focus up. Pulse is getting kind of scary right now. He's up 30 CS. He has 2 kills. He has his Merc treads. He's going to be pretty scary, so I want to see State slow it down a bit.
These trades are going in favor of UT Austin, and I think the map state is kind of in their favor as well. Abmus has been doing a wonderful job keeping up with Jug King. You can see 2, 1, and 2. Ooh, the hook just barely going wide onto Nas. And nothing gained, nothing lost for both teams as Jazz just going to poke down a little bit more damage as Redequin taking a little bit more as well.
Yeah, I mean, in that fight, Jazz again eating forward a second time. A little bit to fake him out there, it seems, or try to get a better notice on their dodging patterns. But Jazz there Eing forward, not fully respecting the Karma Mantra W. I mean, it has that little heal on both procs, so over expecting his damage there. And then on the mention of Mantra, I mean, we talked about Karma, the meteoric fall off late game. Really, her only utility is the Mantra E in a team fight, which, you know, team-wide shield, even though it's not a very large shield. We see a little bit of close laning. Just going to be a mage v mage matchup, not a lot of pressure unless Syndra hits a Q, but Thresh going forward in tower range.
Are going wide this game for Redequin as June dodges out on so much damage there. Let's see if he can live. The flash forward from Admis does have the repel. The Q not available. The shockwave is, and Admis is going to go down. What a play from June to keep himself alive, and Admis getting traded out, burns the flash as well, and now Sonder left with nowhere to go. Jug King chasing. Please don't take that Q.
Lee Syndrome.
Lee Syndrome.
Come on.
He's learned. He learned.
He learned.
Jug King is back.
Jug King is indeed back. Sonder lives to see another day, but does have to burn his flash. Beautifully done from NC State. June, in particular, nicely done. Just barely does Nas get out of there because he almost got hit by that flight and almost did not make it back home to reset.
June showing off his fancy feet, showing off his two-steppers there. He was going in, got a nice QW to get the slow off, and then the ult to shockwave to pull the Elise back into the tower range to secure the kill.
Oh my god, Jug King is just going to bully Valency here as the safeguard goes back and the Q and W do not land for Jazz. So Valency once again lives to see another day. Bob Timer doing his damnedest to clear out Pulse's pressure, but Pulse very strong in this game so far.
Yeah, I mean, the Gragas in the top lane in this matchup is really just stack CDR as much as possible because as long as your E is up to match the counter-strike there, you're pretty much safe at all times no matter how much health you have. And as you see, overall item-wise, Jazz stacking up the tier already on the Essence Reaver is a big one. Going towards a Gore Drinker on the Lee Sin, that'll be a big spike. And the Orianna, of course, the same staple build as last game. High CDR going into Leandries and Seraphs together. Possible dive here with the Elise.
This is definitely going to be a dive, and that might just be a kill on a Bob Timer. Jug King going to attempt to get a trade back, but he does get the trade back. What a great play from Jug King. The Q, and then the R is going to land, and Admis barely getting away from that Sonic Wave. No more kills for Jug King, but the bot lane is going in, and Redequin forced a pop the stopwatch, and he's going to live. He does not live. He's going to take a lot of damage, and Nas going to get excited and keep going, and this might be another kill, but Jazz does a lot of damage, and Valency is very, very low. The True Shot Barrage is not quite available, but it will be it's not going to be available.
My heart.
So close for Jazz.
I know his finger was hovering the flash key right there. Like, I know he wanted to flash auto so bad, but he restrained himself. And that's what we want to see, right?
An 0 for 1 is better than an 0 for 2.
Exactly.
And that's what Jazz has realized so far.
I mean, you know what they say, lose is improve. I mean, we took a bit of an L last round.
The flash forward from Pulse onto Bob Timer as he burns the body slam to get away. And now Admis forced to take a tower shot as well. So much damage. The Rift Herald is going to get dropped here.
I don't think Bob Timer, well, with Jug King hovering, I think Bob Timer can, but otherwise this could be looking to a potential dive. I mean, Elise a really great champion when it comes to diving towers, especially.
Like
they get the Herald killed before it charges.
Not even go off. He burned Smite for that, but I think that was a very, very worthwhile use of Smite.
Absolutely.
I mean, you have to just sit with the Herald there and make sure it crashes. I think if Admis is standing there, Jug King can't really walk up and auto the eye, because if they're not autoing the eye, I don't think the Herald ever dies there before it gets to crash. But I think very similar to last game, the pressure is going to be on Admis or on Pulse, sorry. But he's doing a much better job so far not getting solo killed this game. So I think with like the Divine Sunderer, he should be a lot safer against a Gragas than a Malphite. I don't really see him dying this game, especially against the tank variant of the Gragas. Right, yeah. Like, I think he should be able to get pressure on the tower because tank Gragas can't clear the wave as easily as like a hybrid AP, because we see he has a Kindle Gem and a Chain Vest.
Yeah, he's not doing any damage.
I'm wondering if he's just going straight into the Iceborne Gauntlet instead of a Rod of Ages. If he does, then he will be even lower on damage in terms of wave clear, and Pulse should be just, able to step up to the tower and hit it.
Yeah, I mean, with the grasp, my assumption would be that he just fully slots into the tank here. I'm surprised that he didn't decide to go for the Bombies item here.
A nice great little play from Bob Timer, as we might get to eat our words. So much damage onto Pulse. He is going to go back in and pop the R as well. No solo kill to be had, but there almost was one.
Nice Bomba. I like the combo a lot, but again, grasp, the abilities don't do a lot of damage.
Yeah, really low damage there, and as you saw, the Sunderer heal off of that Gragas with just health is it's huge. It's going to be pretty much enough to out-heal any damage that Gragas is going to output at that point anyway. Yep. Tower barely staying alive, I believe. Yeah.
Jazz is taking a lot of damage just to get some damage onto that tower. Now June
I see a shockwave.
and Jug King going in on Admis, and that's just going to be, he's going to get blown up by the shockwave, and that's going to be a flash force from Sonder as well. Nothing you can do when your jungler's dead. Just beautifully done by the mid-jungle duo of NC State University. And now Redequin clearing out these wards, allowing them to get so much dragon control. Stun onto June, but what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, with Lee Sin having red buff there, you have to flash that pretty much every
nice
time.
hook,
Great hook
from Redequin, and NASA's going to go down here as Jazz, making it 5 kills, and now 6 as Valency also goes down. 6-1 on the hyper carry of NC State University. This Ezreal is going in just like it did in that game 1.
So we saw it against Georgia Tech, and then we saw it against UF. What is it? It is the fact that in the first 2 games, Thresh made it through the draft. In the 3rd game, Thresh started getting banned. So I'm wondering, after this game, will Longhorn decide, guys, Redequeen is just too good at Thresh, can we ban this champ?
Yeah, it's been a staple of his for a long time. Multiple series, the past 2 series, ending up getting banned because it's such a playmaker. So whether you see they're expecting the Thresh 2 to go at the Karma, as Jazz is there hitting the Karma, expecting them to just all in, but he fakes it out, turns, goes on the Jinx with no flash there, ends up securing 2 kills instead of just 1.
And burning Karma flash. So again, this Karma who wants to be ahead in lane is losing lane, and she has no flash.
Oh, please don't take it.
Naz's flash is also down for this fight. I think this is going to be super
Admis
scary.
is in a great spot to catch out Jug King. So much damage onto the Lee Sin, and he's barely going to live as he gets the safeguard out onto his teammate. Jas is here to support. He is in front of everyone, and now Pulse going to go in on June. So much damage on this Jax. June going to go down as well, as it is now Jas versus the world, as Jug King also goes down. Admis gets traded out in the fight, and Bob Timer alone here. Pulse goes down. That's the strongest member of the team. It is a 3v3 with Jas still alive and Nas on half HP. So much damage on this Ezreal, and Longhorn Gaming forced to disengage. Jas is still chasing forward.
He can go for more here, I think.
He has red buff, so it's a really easy chase there as well. Arcane shifting forward, knowing that those main threats are gone with the Cocoon. As long as you can juke out the Syndra stun, you're pretty much safe to go forward there.
And I really want to point out how Jug King was able to live there.
Oh my god.
All he had in terms of items was Mercury Treads and Gore Drinker, and we saw Admis and Sonder both use their full combos onto him, and he was still able to make it out alive. And that's what we were saying in draft. All of the damage, all of the pick potential is upfront burst for Longhorn Gaming. And now, off of that death, Jug King is back on the map.
Oh my god!
Okay, he's dead.
He knows the damage numbers. I mean, yeah, Ezreal, if you hit the W there, your EQ combo, Arcane Shift, Mystic Shot will always essentially 100-0 as another squishy. As well, if you're not finished it off, the global cooldown
Especially if you're 2 items up.
Yeah, 2 items up, you know. I believe a bit of a 60 CS lead, 9 kills. It's the Jazz show today.
Yeah. As it has been for almost all of CLOL, Jas has just been an absolute beast on the Rift for NC State University. As we see Jug King engaging onto Pulse, he has forced a flash away. So much burned by this NC State 3-man squad, as Jug King is going to continue to go forward and go a little too deep, I think. A little questionable of the flash forward, as his team was not quite ready to follow up. And
maybe
shades of the UF game coming into Shuhei.
Oh, a really nice sidestep there.
In the server.
Yeah, a nice sidestep out of the Karma, dodging
it
out of the
was
Ezreal, being able to pull there into the corner. But yeah, Jug King going a little deep there. Feeling a little more comfortable this game. Again, low damage. Has the Hex Drinker already to try to stay alive through the AP.
Ooh, Shockwave going to go wide for June, as Nas manages to live another day. Because you know if he's getting hit by anything, he's kind of just dead. Nice little repel there from Admis to touch.
I wish we had a caster cam for that moment exactly.
I just face palmed. I mean, like, because it's either, I think maybe Bob Timer. Hold on. I'll wait.
Oh, Jug King wants something on the Pulse as June is coming up to support. So much damage coming out of this Orianna. And then the utility.
How can he play? He can't play.
He can't do anything. He walks up and he just gets hit by 3 people. And now Admis going to go down to the 2-man squad of NC State. They're just out of position getting caught out. And NC State is going to punish that every single time.
And you just turn straight to the Rift Herald there. Or apparently not go for the mid wave. But with all 5 topside, I would assume that they're going to look towards the Rift Herald here soon.
Yeah.
I mean, this
I don't know if it goes down. I don't know if they take it down fast enough.
Oh, I guess it is a little. I think if they had
they'll be
immediately
able to.
turned, they could have. But it's
They're 2-manning it. I think
they are
they'll have it.
Okay.
But
yeah.
I was gonna say I think Bob Timer sort of knew Admis was there, but then he like walked and saw Admis, and then they both like stared at each other before they realized the other person was there. So they both used their E at the same time.
Awkward.
Yeah, it looked a bit silly, but I want to highlight Jug King back's build and how much MR he's able to stack. Again, because Naz is so far behind, all of the damage on the side of Longhorn right now is in the top side, which is so heavy magic damage. He's going to live forever in these fights. As soon as he completes Maw, he could even go into like a Force of Nature if he wanted. I think that's what Bob is probably building third items. So bad signs for Longhorn's team fighting.
And I think Naz, it's such a hard comeback here for him. I would assume a bit of a greedy engage here.
5. Shockwave
Wave
goes
whiffs.
wide for June as well. Means that NC State on the back foot here. Bobtimer forced to just E over the wall to get away. And now great Dragon priority for the side of UT Austin.
Jug King has a flank.
Jug King does have
UT
a
Austin
big
is
flank,
low.
and he is not going to find anything on his Sonder. Bobtimer going to take so much damage as well. But look at that. There's nothing he can really do. Just kicks away. Pulse does Jug King, and that's a beautiful disengage from the side of NC State.
Great flash out of the Syndra to dodge the cask there.
And I want to point out that Jas was the one who initially got engaged on, and he is still full HP. There's nothing more for UT Austin to do. So much damage. The Hex Cake going to get taken, and now Jug King has a way into the Dragon Pit. NC State looking for a 5v5 here, even though Bobtimer's on low HP. Just look at where Jas is. Auto-attacking onto Abmis. Pulse is in the back of the pit as well, and they're just going to stick onto Jas. Maybe go down for this Dragon as Abmis secures it with the smite. Jas going low, but does not die. He's gonna, Jug King gonna get the kill onto Abmis. 1 for 4, and Jas gonna get the True Shot barrage onto Sonder. That is 2 kills
That
for
should be
Dragon.
Baron.
That should be
Baron in NC State's favor.
And I really want to highlight in that fight, even though NC State used a lot of critical cooldowns for very low value, like the Shockwave, they have done so much better in this team fight than they did Saturday when they were playing a similar comp with the Ezreal and the Lee Sin. I think in the Saturday match, they kind of lost sight of the fact that all they need to do is provide peel.
Oh, it looks like UT Austin might want to go for a fight here. They have teleported Pulse in aggressively, and he has taken so much damage. He is on the front line. Jug King gonna go low as well. This does force the Baron to stop. It's not for free at all, but look at that damage that just went on to Naz. He is half HP off of 1 WQ from Jas, and they cannot fight this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Naz, as we said, Jug King being able to stack so much MR because Naz is so far behind, and I think overall, as you look at the down the road for Naz, it does not get any better. I mean, these are high mobility, high CC count champions on the side of NC State, and when you're so far behind on the Ezreal, outranged by every Mystic shot, it's going to be impossible to navigate this fights until you can get towards that, 3-4 items late game, which will take, 20 minutes here, and I don't know if they can stay alive for that long.
Yeah, and we saw in the team fight in Bot River, Jug King back did an amazing job of just doing his job, because in this team comp, when your Ezreal is so strong, you don't need to go for like a Q and kick flash on the ADC. You don't need to go for these crazy plays. All you need to do is sit on top of Ezreal and kick away the engage, and that's what he did in the fight. And it created so much room for Jas to work with on Ezreal, so slippery, able to pump out so much damage in the fight.
And another thing, I mean, we just talked about this, Jazz opting towards that Hex Drinker here instead of the typical Soreldias that you would see, knowing that these are really squishy, really high burst AP characters. I mean, you don't need to keep the slow on, just got to stay alive.
A flash away from Rediquin as he sees 3 members and decides it's not worth it. I'll just save my life and I'll keep it going. And now
Stun
the whiff
missed.
from Sonder.
No
So much
flash.
damage coming out from this Shockwave in June. Gonna claim the kill onto the mid laner of UT Austin. Just a free pick. And that one pick could also mean Baron. The Syndra is so much of this team's damage. Even if she is 0, 3, and 5, that's almost their entire engage tool.
And I mean, if we highlight Vision for Longhorn, we can see that they're struggling. In draft, we were talking about how Vision is the name of the game for them. And it's going to be so hard for them to walk in against NC State.
Yeah, I mean, look at the vision lines. They have no vision throughout the entire map at the moment. They're playing blind.
Nice hook onto Valency, but Rediquin does not go for it. The Chompers will catch Bobtimer, and Jas is still very healthy.
Good
Engage
peel.
finally from Pulse. Beautiful peel as Jug King going to go in and kick
There we
flash
go.
back into Pulse. He is still alive, but Jas is wreaking havoc on the backline. It is just Pulse alive, and the rest of the team is not there. Can they kill Pulse? Can they kill Pulse? Looks like they can. Finally, they can, as Jas cleans up 2 more kills on the backline. It is just Sonder versus 4. Jas on low HP, but NC State getting 4 kills and now they will turn their attention to the Baron.
Ends up being a little close as the kick flash got interrupted by the body slam,
Rediquin
but,
going
you know,
very
we'll
low
let that go.
Sonder could make something very big happen here. Rediquin almost on the verge of death. I wonder, it's going to be June and Rediquin attempting to zone him off, but Sonder not quite going for it, just going for little pot shots and will not. Oh, he might just get caught out here.
Yeah, I mean, Oriana, one of the best zoning mages because you can just drop the ball anywhere. And as you saw there, he just dropped the ball on the choke point, waited till he had to walk up to try to get a Baron steal or a pick at the end, shockwave him in, and the whole team follows up. Although it ends up being a trade 1-for-1, so slightly a silver lining on the side of LG Premier knocking off one of those Barons.
But that's still 4 Baron buffs and 5 kills going the way of NC State for 1 kill and 1 Baron buff gone. Overall, a massive win for this NCSU squad as they have just been steamrolling this game so far. 14-1 is Jazz, and I'm not even surprised to see that scoreline anymore. I think in any other game I'd be like, wow, their AD carry is 14 kills, but for NC State, that's just business as usual.
It's par for the course for the bot lane duo that we've seen so frequently. The Rediquin on his signature Thresh paired up with Jazz on literally any ADC in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing some very, very clean team fighting from NC State right now. Even though there was like a slight bit of anti-synergy, the explosive cast came through at the same time as a true shot barrage. So Bob Timer pushing them out of the way of Jazz's ultimate.
Bob Timer.
But even still, we saw everyone on NC State was on the same
Pulse
page.
is going in on June, looking for something, but June might just be able to run away with the command dissonance. Gonna look for something. Pulse still chasing, but
Saved his flash.
saved his flash too.
Very well done.
Just had to burn the shockwave.
Nosy has the Seraphs up the whole
Oh
time.
my God,
Oh
Bouncy
my
is
god,
dead.
that damage.
Yeah. Nosy has the Seraphs up, makes him incredibly safe overall. It's hard to kill any of the mages current patch through Seraphs.
Bomba.
Oh
Cast
my
Bomba
god.
thrown
Bob
down.
Timer
No
getting the
flash.
slow. No flash again on Sonder. This is just going to be another kill for Jug King. And now Jazz taken to about half HP. They're going to bring the wave up.
Do they know Naz is there? Look at where he is. He's
I-
in
Oh,
there
he's on a
They
ward
don't
now.
know
Now
it.
they
Oh,
know.
yeah, now they
have
know.
to know now.
They're being he's being run down by Bob
wrong
Timer.
side of the map.
Oh no. If you get solo killed by a tank, it's really depressing.
Who-
Bob Timer just going to slowly chip away at his health. Pulse is there to support, but there's nothing you can really do.
Who
there.
wins?
1 and 7 for
Who
Nas.
wins, 2 guns or a barrel?
Yeah, I think the barrel.
I
and
think the barrel, yeah.
we see why NC State is allowed to just stack magic resist items on top of each other. It's because Naz just does not do any damage yet in the game. He only has 1 fully completed item. He's trying to rush straight into the Infinity Edge to just try and pray for more raw damage, but until he hits, Lord Dominic's and a Phantom Dancer with the Kraken Slayer and the IE, I don't really
Jazz
see
is
him
just
killing anyone.
bullying Admis. He hasn't hit a single skill shot, and
Oh.
yet he's dying so quickly.
Oh.
Jazz has 15 kills now, as the bot lane is now getting sieged by NC State. June and Jug King going for this bot inner tower with the Baron minions online. What can you do, man? It's just so everywhere you
can
go,
only
you're just gonna
walk.
get
That
picked.
that has to feel so bad for Atmos. I mean, you're in your own jungle with no vision anywhere, and you're being stacked up 1v1 by the ADC.
You're in
Just-
Elise.
You're in
That
Elise.
shouldn't
It's
be
hard to
allowed,
do.
But
It
you're so
shouldn't be.
behind. He has a maw. He
Yeah.
does not die.
I mean, it showed earlier Syndra channeling a 4 or 5 ball ult, I believe, on Jazz, and it tickled him. I mean, there's no chance of any of the AP characters here being so behind killing this Ezreal. It's really the story of can the Jax get on top of this Ezreal and kill,
And
but
he
it's
can't.
not seeming
He
of
He
so.
has not been able to do
Thresh
so
for
far.
backup, Gragas
Lee
for
Sin, Gragas,
Peel. Yeah,
Oriana, Shockwave, and it's an Ezreal. He has
This-
Arcane Shift.
this
Like,
Jazz can't, or this Jax cannot play the game.
It's a nightmare for Jax, and that pick came through on Blue 4. Like, that was one of Longhorn's last picks in this game.
It was Blue 5.
A bit of an engage here. I mean, Cocoon looking like will be a
Rediquin
death.
getting
Rediquin
picked.
the
Nas
flash out.
finally able to pick one up, make it 2 kills for the AD carry of Longhorn Premier, but a 4v5 is still very winnable for NC State, as we know just how strong Jazz is. Going straight forward is the AD carry. He wants blood, he wants more, and even in this 4v5, NC State forcing down the inhibitor. Baron buff is off.
Yeah, I mean, I think State got what they came for, though. With this top and mid inhibitors both being down, NC State has the option of Hex Tech soul spawning in 3 minutes. And now with both inhibs down, NC State can kind of do the thing where you just take over the enemy jungle and you just slowly start to suffocate the enemy team. They're
Yeah.
not allowed to walk in for vision. They're not allowed to walk in for their camps. They're sectioned off from 2 quadrants of the map. You just control vision, and there's no way for them to eventually face check this soul that's going to be spawning in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think you're treating this game as a bit of a for fun one out of LG Premier. Essentially, I think you just need a mental reset before the
Yeah.
next one, because these have been 2 absolute murders, stomps.
Yeah.
I mean, whichever way you want to call it, it
Atmos
has not
is
been
in
pretty
kind
for
of
LG
a bad
Premier.
spot as Redequin might be going for a pick here. Pulse is very low against Jas. Is looking for something as actually does take a lot of damage to Jas, but
They can't leave their base.
they
But
can't leave their base as Jug King is there. Abmis is dead as well. And that's beautifully done from NC State, and they're just going to walk it down this bot lane. I know we don't have Baron power plays like the LCS, but I'm pretty sure the Baron power play that they had was something like 7,000 gold. 'Cause
Probably,
they got the inner
yeah.
tower here, they got the inhibitors, both of them, both inhibitor
I believe
turrets
10
as
full
well.
kills.
And like 10 kills. So
I mean, it has definitely been a Baron power play. I mean, you have to
Absolutely.
assume this will just be the end here because they can just walk it in. Kill 2 inhibs Ezreal really, really good at killing turrets with his W and Sheen proc together, as well as, I mean, it's Karma, Jinx, and Syndra. There's no safety
and
at
the
the moment.
strongest member of UT Austin is still dead. Like Pulse is still not alive for another 15 seconds. They could, if they get a wave in, go for Nexus turrets. But it looks like NC State choosing to play it safe as Jas is on half HP. Thankfully, he is not flashing forward. He does get stunned by the Syndra, but Super Mega Death Rocket gets blocked by the full health Redequin.
Yes.
Nothing more to be done there. And
Syndra-
NC State
There's a
takes victory.
TP behind NC State from Pulse.
Syndra is efficient at clearing the waves, so actually it does end up being a good there.
Jas could be
they
isolated.
need to sniff
no
this
flash.
out.
Pulse isn't.
No flash on Jas.
Pulse
I
should be able to
wonder
kill
if
Jas
is
here.
aware. It looks
No
like
E,
they're
no
just
E.
going to face first into the team. Who cares about this guy, Pulse? We're going to kill the rest of them. Pulse, you can watch your team die as Jas going to walk forward,
Penta?
make it a quadra kill.
Give
as that's
Penta-
4 kills for Jas. And Pulse just going to sit bot lane, going
Just-
to watch his base die, not give up the pentakill.
Clearing
That
the
is
next
20
wave.
and 1 for the 80 carry of NC State as they will walk it in to a Game 2 victory and put this on series point, on nationals point for NC State University.
Yeah, another amazing, amazing game from NC State. I really want to highlight the mid-jungle performance this game. Even though Jas ended up with like the 20 bomb on the Ezreal, he looked crazy, so much damage. I think, again, NC State, their weakness in the past set was mid-jungle, but this game and last game, they've been so clean. I think especially June on the Orianna.
Absolutely.
Like, he came to dance, like he was dodging ganks left and right. He was making it out of some really sticky situations, holding on to Flash because, he's in a very similar situation to the Jinx where if you're Orianna and your Flash is down, you're kind of a sitting duck. But he knew that, he recognized it, and he held on to his Flash so many times, outplaying so many ganks. Him and Jug King were able to make so much pressure that gave a lot of breathing room to both Bob Timer and Jas to exploit their 2v2 and 1v1 situations.
Yeah, I mean, that was really pivotal out of him being able to survive those early ganks as we saw, scale up. Because once you get to the Seraph's Embrace, it's a lot easier to hold your Flash into those actual team fights. I mean, overall, looking at the game, that was an absolute bloodbath. I mean, we were looking at a 43-kill game in roughly 31-ish minutes, and I mean, Jas holding 20 of them.
46,000 damage
Bit of a
for
swing.
Jas on the Ezreal. Unbelievable performance once again from NC State's bot lane. You cannot allow Thresh again. Please don't. I'm begging you to ban it.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see something very different from Longhorn. I think Game 2 and Game 1, even though some of the champions were different, the game plan was pretty much identical, right? It's like we have a Jinx bot lane, and we have like a split-pushing Bruiser top lane, and we're going to play for it. I think it's not working out for them right now. I think maybe they need to change something mid lane. If they can find Sonder, maybe a champion that will guaranteed get roam and wave pressure onto June, that way maybe they can move him up to the top lane and make 3v1 plays happen. Because right now, they're just not getting enough on the top side of the map to shut down Bob Timer like we saw this weekend in the set against UF.
Yeah.
Bob Timer has been completely fine in both of these games. He's feeling little to no actual pressure that turns into anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you are a team that has a carry top player, you need to put resources into him, especially when you know that he's playing against a weak side play tank guy. Especially, I mean, I respect the Elise. I like the Elise,
Yes.
but you need to put it top lane. You need to go for those constant dives, that constant pressure. You can go for a similar thing with any of the other dive-heavy champions. I think on the other side of the map, you kind of got to throw away the karma, especially if you're leaving an engage such as Thresh, Nautilus, Leona up. As we saw Leona in our last week's set, you just can't go for that. I understand you're wanting the lane pressure, but I mean, you're clearly losing those lanes automatically.
Yes.
You need to be playing for those picks, playing for either incredible amount of safety, so grab something like a Tom Kench, a Morgana or something, or complete reversal, grab a Blitzcrank, the Nautilus again, something, and go high engage, something to get some pressure.
I think if you're not banning Thresh and you are opting into another blue side game as Longhorn here, I think you have to first pick Thresh. Like, honestly, I don't think you can let Thresh go over to NC State for a third game in a row.
As well as I don't like pairing the Jinx without something like the Thresh.
Yes,
So I think it's
exactly.
safer to first pick the Thresh, and then you essentially give it. You say swap the roles. If Jess, if you want to play Jinx, take it. We're gonna go for the hooks. We're gonna hope that they hit.
2-0 is the score for NC State so far. We're going to go to a really quick break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back for a Game 3, and we're going to see if NC State's going to be able to close it out and book their ticket to Nationals, or if UT Austin is going to be able to make this a series and take it all the way to a Game 4 and a Game 5. Don't go anywhere.
3-0, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for Game 3 of the CLOL South third place match between UT Austin and North Carolina State University Red. I'm joined by Rami Baba and Presto. How are my boys doing today? We're getting right into draft for Game 3.
Good. I'm ready for the last game of the series.
Finally!
I mean, yeah, feeling good so far. We've watched 2 stomps, and we're looking for a third. You know, maybe it won't be that late night 5-game banger that we had talked about before.
Hopefully, you're done with your popcorn.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
just have
like,
to get.
you don't need to make a second bag, hopefully.
So right off the bat, we see 3 very big adjustments from Longhorn. Number 1, they opted into red side this game instead of blue side.
I like that.
Number 2, they banned Gragas. Number 3, they banned Thresh. I love all 3 of these adaptations. One is that on red side, you always guarantee one of your solo lanes to have counter pick. I do want to see this go onto Pulse or Sonder, obviously, but I really, really want Longhorn to find a mid lane matchup that allows them to pressure topside.
I love the Lee Sin first pick here. Aggressive from Jug King back. He wants to prove that he's back completely. And I think that's probably the safest first pick. They don't really feel the need to first pick Jinx here because they're okay with leaving it up based on how much success that UT Austin has had with it, which is essentially none.
Yeah,
and they're fine picking Ezreal into it as well.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it over break, but with Thresh banned, I mean, the Jinx is just not as safe as you'd normally hope. I mean, you're free to leave it up and then say we're going to lock those aggressive, Nautilus on a bot lane.
Is this Ezreal Karma being locked in from Longhorn? I would like to see Ezreal Karma or Sivir.
Karma is a very similar vein. I mean, you have the safety of the spell shield into any of the engaged champions as aforementioned, and high range on the Sivir Q, high range on the Karma Q, high lane pressure, and Sivir scales incredibly well.
This is where we lock in Draven Alistar.
Yeah,
If
there we're
only.
talking.
Neither of them play either of those champs, but lock it in anyways. But okay, to be serious, I think, like you said, Thresh off the table really knocks down Jinx in priority. Although maybe NC State feels like they're just good enough to play it. I
think
feel
a
like
Zeri
Zeri would be
I
better.
like the Zeri.
I would prefer
Zeri
Zeri.
Lulu right here would be really
Jinx
intense.
Lulu is of a similar vein, just higher range.
Yeah.
Not outscales, but outranges the Sivir late game, although Sivir will have higher, I guess, when contested damage in a team fight whenever all you're stacked together. I'd like to see, I mean, we were talking about swapping to red side, swapping to the counter pick. I'd like to see specifically put it on Pulse, like we said. He's the carry top laner, plays things like Fiora, Camille, Jax. I mean, get some pressure for him, get some gold for him, and see if he can take over. The Jarvan I like is a really good swap. One of the great engage, great diving champions. I mean, complete swap from the Elise. Great late game team fights. Great ganking in general.
Yeah. I mean, Jarvan into a character like Jinx is just perfect, especially Thresh is off the table. If Jinx has no flash and he is inside of that Cataclysm, he has no real way to get out of it. So I do like Jarvan to put some more pressure on to Jas this game. Bans coming out. There's an Irelia ban coming out of Longhorn. NC State probably just does Fiora Camille again, like they have been doing, just to like guarantee Bob Timer a safe lane. Although the Fiora did not look that scary game 1.
Yeah, I think honestly, there's maybe a world where you swap it over and you ban the Jax instead of the Fiora, although we already see the Fiora ban going down. I would definitely say ban the Camille. Camille really good into pretty much any of the tanks that Bob Timer plays well. E contests really well into things like Sejuani Q, things like Gragas E, trading the stuns perfectly. And then, of course, true damage, really high burst as well if it can get on the Jinx.
Akali banned away as well is an interesting one here. I think that means that they're okay with the Zed going through.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it come out for June. And what I want to point out, what I really like about this draft from Longhorn so far is that they're prioritizing ease of execution.
Yes.
This engage with the on the hunt from Sivir, with the Mantra E from Karma, and the Orianna as well. This is such an easy comp to engage and to team fight with. And that's a massive difference of what we've seen in their last couple games.
And especially last game, it kind of felt like there was a clock ticking for Longhorn. When you have a champion like Elise, like the Cocoon, the burst combo can only do so much late game if you're not super fed. But this game, Jarvan, Orianna will always, always, always be effective. You can always just put the ball on Jarvan, but a LeBlanc...
I really like the
mixes it.
LeBlanc here. I mean, you can jump in and out of the Cataclysm, get damage onto the Jarvan or any of the other, if they happen to pick another all-in champion, as well as you lane very well into the Orianna. You can bounce out of the Shockwave overall. The Cassante Hover is a really good blind.
Yeah,
you can contest some of these anti-tank champions.
We saw Cassante this weekend.
Yes!
And it looked very strong against Bob Timer, and we'll see if he can do the same thing to Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, I have to assume with Camille left up or with Jax left up, it's one of those. Jax specifically a really good pick into Cassante.
Yeah.
You can counter the enhanced auto damage really well. A
Yorick?
Yorick pick.
I like it. I really like it.
It's
I'll
out
be
of
honest.
left
me
field,
why.
but no, I like it.
I mean, okay, well, first off, Jax does do well into Cassante later into the game, but he kind of struggles in early lane phase. But Yorick is just such a weird pick that I think it's going to do really well. like loading into this game, we were saying Longhorn needs to mix it up. They need to do something very different. And they came into this draft saying, hey, let's just mix it up. Let's go crazy. We're locking in York. So I do like the mix up from them. I think it's a champion that, when you're doing scrims, when you're doing practices, you don't get a lot of exposure to York. You're not used to playing against him. His maiden is so powerful in the late game. I think once he hits like level 14 or something, he can have 3 ghouls just solo dragon on his own. Like, this champion can do a lot of like really wacky stuff that you're not really used to playing against.
Yeah, I mean, the little ghouls combined with the maiden are actually really surprisingly high kill pressure,
Yes.
as well as getting the W cage. If you can get that around the Cassante, can sort of lock him down. But having that, honestly, probably has more kill pressure than the Jax early game specifically, as well as into the late scales incredibly well. I know recently there has been some debate as to York build paths. You can either go the traditional Sunderer and go for that high tank shred, high percent health damage, just traditional bruiser. And then there's the opposite,
The
where you
Prowlers.
get a Prowler's Claw and you get a Soreldia's and you let the ghouls slow them and try to one-shot whoever is the most fed.
Yeah.
Probably go for the Sunder into Cassante.
I'd
But
imagine.
if we're talking about wacky abilities to catch people off guard, grab the Prowler's Claw into the Jinx, smack her once,
Yeah,
she's dead.
I mean, maybe they're saying, let's just one-shot the Jinx, but most likely I'm expecting a Sunder from Yorick. And another nice thing about this matchup is that unless Cassante uses All Out, his E does not actually allow him to move over terrain. So if he is just in his base form and he gets trapped in that cage, the E, I don't know any of his ability names, I'm sorry. The Yorick E will like almost guaranteed land onto the Cassante because he's trapped and he can't move out. And then that max health damage starts ticking. The Sunder procs will come through. There's going to be a lot of damage onto the Cassante, so I really like this pick.
Interestingly enough, something I want to point out is that out of all the things I would have complained about for UT Austin's previous draft, Karma was like at the top of the list, and yet the only thing that has persisted from last game's draft is the Karma, and I'm still happier about this draft than I was before.
That's true.
I mean, I don't hate it that much with the Sivir. It pairs really well compared with the ult as well as the Mantra E, giving move speed, which is a lot of your engage. It makes these engage really, really easy. As well, it mitigates some of the late game issue of Yorick is that you can get kited fairly easily, as no movement, your E is slow, and the W is pretty easy to get out of overall. So I hate it less than last game.
Yeah. And I think Karma has a better time into Rakan than she does into Thresh. I think Thresh, he's like traditionally countered by Enchanter supports, but against a Karma, she usually, like, her way of initiating a trade in bot lane is she presses W on you and then she continues to run forward with a tether. But if you're against Thresh, he can kind of take advantage of that and flay you in farther than you want to be. But with a pick like Rakan, Karma has a bit more like flexibility in the lane. She has a lot more freedom to walk up, use her abilities, and feel less pressure getting back out. So I do like it a lot more than I did last game.
I think we're going to go to a really quick break while we get spectator delay off the client. Give us a few seconds. We'll be right back with Game 3. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss this game.
The last game.
The big one.
I didn't say that.
The lethality Yorick game. Come on.
are back. We're getting right into this game 3. Level 1 is on the cards, and it looks like we've got something interesting cooking. I saw a couple of pings into the bot lane tri-brush for NC State University, and with a Rakan on this team, you can imagine that going for this level 1 knockup might be an interesting way to start out this
There's
game.
a cheese where Rakan W's over this wall, and then they continue through, but Nas is there.
Nas is there marking.
For NC State, as they're just going to spot him out.
Yeah.
Nothing more that you can really do.
But the way it works is like traditionally when you do a 5-point, someone walks out of that like blue buff area entrance, and there's this really like this cheesy thing you can do with Rakan where you W over the skinny wall, you loop behind them like past where Gromp spawns, and then you're just behind them and they're trapped between you and your team. But I don't know if it was luck or maybe they just read the play, but Longhorn, they sent Nas through Tribush, and he was there, and he saw Redequin come over the wall, and he was able to walk away safe.
June taking a touch of damage from the flag of Abmis, and now just a touch of damage going both ways. Redequin took a little bit as well from Nas, but nothing gained, nothing lost. Once again, we are back to level 1. Leash is going out for both teams. Actually, just one team. No leash coming out for Abmis, as June and Sonder will match up once again in the mid lane. Bob Timer on a pick where he can kind of make things happen. Maybe he's not playing weak side for the first time.
Yeah. I mean, Bob Timer, not on weak side for the first time. As soon as he gets that all out, can actually go for those. Maybe not all in specifically on the Yorick with the power of the Maiden and the power of the Ghouls specifically, but definitely able to make a lot more plays for the team and on his own in the late game. A couple of interesting things to note here, other than a slightly missed dance from Rakan, is going to be the Arcane Comet on the Yorick in the top lane. I mean, normally you would go Grasp into a tank matchup to farm with Divine Thunder and stuff, but this is going to be that slightly more poke damage to harass the Cassante out of the lane, as Cassante, with no natural healing other than those pots that he's going to be buying in Doran's Shield, he's just going to look to harass him out of the lane, harass him out of CS, and gain that small CS advantage early game.
Did take Biscuits as well, so he will have a little bit more in-lane sustain, probably predicting that the Yorick wants to try to poke him out with how little natural sustain Cassante has. So I don't think Bob Timer is going to have too much trouble in that lane whatsoever. I'm more interested in how this bot lane is going to go, because the Rakan, this is the first time Redequin has not played Thresh in this series, and I wonder if he's going to be able to have that same impact that he did on his signature Thresh.
I think he will be able to. You know, I think Rakan is decently easy to pilot into this team comp from Longhorn, because normally what kind of shuts down a Rakan is something like a Zillion that either slows him, or something like a Leona that can just point and click hard CC him, or like a Nautilus with his ultimate. But I think in this comp he has a lot of freedom to just use his quickness and run around the champions of Longhorn, who again are pretty immobile. There's a Karma, there's a Sivir, there's an Orianna. While Sivir has a spell shield, she doesn't really have a dash. She just has a lot of move speed.
Walking up onto Nas, and that's going to be good damage most likely, as Jas going for the trade. But Abmis is there, and the flash forward as well. Redequin might just go down here. So many flashes burned, and Jasper forced to burn his as well. Beautifully done by Abmis and the bot lane of Longhorn Gaming, as they're going to take first blood. But look at this, the roam down from Jug King and from June, going to make it so that Valency also goes down. And they could go for some more, as Abmis is rooted down, but he goes back in as Nas gets the kill onto Jas, and that has to feel so good for the AD carry of Longhorn, as this has got to be a one fight so far for Longhorn Premier, as 3 kills go their way. Jug King and June also fall, and all of those kills went on to Nas. But Bob Timer looking for something onto Pulse. The flash forward, he dodges out, and the Ghouls are going to make it happen. Nicely done from Pulse to avoid dying there, but huge swing in favor of Longhorn at the beginning of this game.
Really, really beautifully played, I think, from Valency there. I think he did an amazing job following the mobility from Redequeen trying to escape the Karma tether. He actually preemptively flashed, expecting Redequeen to either flash or W away, and he was able to actually land the tether and then have Abmis really easily follow up with the EQ combo. And I think, again, we wanted to see Longhorn do something different this game, and that's what they're doing. Instead of pathing up and playing super hard for Pulse, they're saying, we're going to give you something that we know for a fact will scale. You are Yorick. You're going to outskill no matter what. And we're just going to path down, and we're going to use all of our resources. We saw Sonder committing the teleport to protect this play, and they're trying to make sure their bot lane stays in the game.
I really like it. I think that Nas has had such a difficult time staying in the games and games past, and now he's been handed this game on a silver platter. This Sivir is going to become a monster in the mid and late game, and is going to make engages so easy for the rest of this team. And finally, we're going to get to see the bot lane of Longhorn Premier show its true fangs.
Yeah, I really like this proactivity out of Admus here. I mean, showing up bot, going through lane to kind of counter this engage that you saw out of Queen. So walking up there at the end, and this Sivir now up 3-0-1, matching CS. I mean, this is where you want this Sivir to be. Although she's short range, she has really, really high maneuverability through her ult, through the passive, which gives her move speed on every auto. So she can kite incredibly well into things like this Jinx, things like this Cassante, things like this LeBlanc.
You know, Bo5 is still not reset, but he is still willing to take
Right.
these trades. He is up a level because he has not yet backed. So Pulse is a little scared of making this this 1v1 happen.
And we saw in the last 2 games, even though Bob Timer went down like 40 CS in maybe 3 plates each game, he ended up having more impact than Pulse across the map and in team fights. And this is a lane where he will actually be able to stay even, if not pull ahead a bit in the lane phase. So things will be much better for Bob Timer this game, similar to how things are much better for Longhorn's bot lane this game. We see them with a strong lead. They have pressure on the wave, which means Atmos was able to just go solo dragon.
I think if anything is going to be scary for the side of Longhorn Premier, it is this Cassante of Bob Timer, who's now up about 13 CS and is able to reset, bop his teleport, and stay in lane. Sheen already bought, and a Chain Vest as well, means this Cassante is already quite strong, and that's going to be the main thing that shuts down the Sivir from getting out of hand and getting out of control.
And I really like the decision from Bob Timer not to actually teleport top lane. You know, he could use it to keep more tempo in the lane, but I think with Jas and Queen both not having flashes available, one of Longhorn's next plays as soon as Admus hits level 6 is playing for a bot dive. And if Bob Timer holds onto his teleport, that's another threat that's kind of holding Longhorn back from making a play like that. If he has teleport, he can go in, maybe drop 1 or 2 plates top lane, but if they can collect that shutdown on Nas onto someone like Jazz, it will be a huge bot lane swing.
Yeah, and the Yorick has no tools to stop this teleport. So you can essentially, although probably not the best idea to channel it in his face, you can not have to walk as far out of the lane to channel that teleport. You can be more immediately reactive to a play such as that. As soon as you see Admus show up, drop a flag, you can immediately drop that teleport, and as soon as you're coming out of it, you all out knock somebody away and start putting out your damage. And Cassante, of course, after getting the Sheen, really actually surprisingly high damage early game.
Yes, yeah.
So I like seeing this proactivity out of Bob Timer, now down to about a 5 CS lead. We see a Vamp Scepter bot for the Yorick trying to get that sustain as he's taking these extended trades.
He is rushing Hydra.
Interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
Unless he's sitting on those components, he might be.
I do like the Hydra Rush as it's a scaling item at this point. You know, stack it from getting eliminations on things like that, giving you more AD. No longer more Vamp overall, but still giving you that Vamp to sustain lane a little bit easier, as well as a lot easier to clear waves.
Also, I just remembered, I think technically Yorick might be able to cancel TP if Bob Timer does it in his face, because if you like
drop the wall underneath him,
and the border, it can displace. But
a little awkward to do.
You're right that like 90% of the time Bob Timer will be able to just TP in his face.
Yeah.
And we see Jug King is bought. They actually have flashes.
Been popped, and now the W knockup goes up as well. Valency taking so much damage, and Nos is in such a bad spot. So much damage as the shutdown goes to Jug King. The Lee Sin 2-1-0 now. So nicely done from NC State's jungler and their bot lane. And now Bob Timer going for a fight against Pulse, and June going for a fight against Sonder, but nothing found for both solo laners as the Maiden gets summoned, and there's nothing more that Bob Timer can really do here. Pulse is just going to out-sustain him, and Admus is here to support
Bob Timer
as
should
well.
know jungle is here.
Oh, and he has to flash out. And the ult from Admus, beautifully done. That's going to be a kill to the side of Longhorn Premier. Bob Timer going down in the 1v1.
So, you know, I think it was very disrespectful of Longhorn's bot lane to be walking up that far when you know your jungle is taking Rift Herald. And then on the opposite side, Bob Timer got a notification that the enemy jungler just took Rift Herald. I think both of the side lanes from each team took fights at the wrong time. I think Bob Timer should not be going for an all-in.
Jug King does have his R. Does not have his R. Actually, could be going for something, but is going to take a ton of damage from Pulse, who just
that Maiden is strong.
Yeah,
that Maiden does
Maiden
not mess
plus
around.
Q is very high burst damage, going both percent health damage and just high AD stats on the Q. Overall, for Bob Timer top line, again, disrespectful, of course, knowing that you just had that notification. Jungler is top. I need to be more careful. And understandable, it seemed as though he sort of tunneled on the Maiden, as it's typically seen that Yorick without the Maiden is a much worse champion. If you can kill the Maiden soon after he spawns it, it's a minute to a minute and a half cooldown of you not having to play as afraid.
Mm-hmm.
But there, I think, when it's already that low, the trade's already gone all the way through, you need to just let it go, let the wave push into you, and catch it at tower.
Bob Timer does secure at least one plate with this Cassante pick, and we're looking for him to have a little bit more lane prio as this Yorick scales up. But look at this, Admis and Valency down in the bot lane, and that's just going to be a free kill onto Jas. There's nothing you can do with no flash. Immobile hyper carry, and that's the most deaths Jas has had the entire series.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what we want to see from Longhorn. Continue just pressuring bot lane, especially if Jas has no flash. It's what we were talking about on the opposite side for Longhorn last game. Naz without flash was just vulnerable, and it's the same exact thing for Jas this game. He has no flash. Admis realizes that and just walks bot, and it's a free kill.
Admis is just flexing now. He just gets to walk up. You can tell this Rakan and Lee Sin do not have a ton of damage early on, although Jug King has completed the Eclipse already, so he is going to do at least a little bit of burst damage. But the Rift Herald being summoned means that this tower is very likely to go down, and Admis is to thank for it. And that might be a free dragon for the side of Longhorn Premier as well.
Probably will be, yeah. I mean, there's still wave pressure. I think Naz does not really need to recall because they're not looking to really fight as long as they can keep the bot wave push in. Dragon should be pretty free. We see it's going down right now. I think it's at around 1,500 probably. But I don't know. I think Longhorn is looking very strong in this game as an all-out.
Ult maybe from Bob Timer. Does not land
not
the
quite
way he wants it to.
Yeah, not quite able to pull him into the tower to take those extra tower shots, possibly securing the kill there. Ends up just being able to walk out on the side of Pulse.
But now Naz is coming out of base. He now has Kraken Slayer and Berserker Greaves. So he is... Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, is this death for Bob Timer? He
I
might just be
believe it
dead.
is. The Maiden is really high damage here. I mean,
And you're
yeah.
just dead.
E-Slow gets it so that he can walk up, get the bonus damage auto on the Yorick, and then Maiden just able to suck him down on the rest of it.
And he's forced to burn teleport to keep this Yorick from getting any more resources. Just really nicely done from... Oh, that's June burning the teleport, actually. Is he's going to...
Just wanting to match, make sure that no turret plates are taken.
Is in the cards, maybe. Because June has been struggling with this range matchup, but Pulse just going to go back and keep damaging onto June. Is he going to be able to live? June forced to burn the flash as well.
Yeah, I mean...
Very close.
Very close. A really good play out of Pulse there. I like the flash forward a lot, knowing his damage and knowing essentially that he wins this 1v1. I mean, I'm sorry, but LeBlanc, you're all burst. You're not going to be able to keep up with this sustained constant damage from the Hydra Yorick at this point. One, I think, overall adaptation I like here is going to be Jug King buying the Eclipse here instead of the Gore Drinker, knowing that right now he is the one champion that's ahead. He's going to be the damage threat onto the Orianna, the Sivir. He's more ahead than the rest of the team.
He's still
up to one behind the enemy Jarvan. However, he is the most gold at the moment.
That is true.
So he's looking to be able to output that damage and get those picks turned around to make sure that the Sivir isn't just not taking any damage, able to kite, getting that burst damage.
I mean, yeah, like he has the only kills on the side of NC State, so the pressure is on him to convert that and try to start getting gold into the pockets of someone like Jas or June, because yes, Lee Sin being like, decently rich is awesome, but eventually he will start to fall off, especially against champs like Sivir and Karma, who are very slippery and can run away from him. He's going to need people to back him up in terms of damage and income, so we're going to have to see if he can convert it.
Jug King back, going to engage, and it is now Jas taking down Valency. Nice little bring it back for the NC State bot lane, as they are going to be able to keep it going. Finally, a shutdown, some gold in Jas's pocket. It has to be a little scary for the side of Longhorn, as Redequin doing his damnedest to keep Admis off of Jas, who's forced to flash underneath a tower, who might just go down as well. And Jug King going to secure the kill with the tower shot as well. Bob Timer trying to make it happen on a Slider, but doesn't. And it's June alone versus Pulse. Definitely not going to be able to fight that Yorick.
Yeah, Bob Timer ends up dying in the 1v1 to the Orianna there, able to kite out the Cassante there and get some poke damage down early. But overall, I mean, a nice heads-up play by Jug King going forward to get the kill on Valency, try to claw back that gold where you can. But a return by Admis able to outdamage both the ADC and support when they're stuck inside of the Cataclysm with him.
And we're starting to see the split push power of the Yorick come through. I mean, he is just so strong. If he lands any E, it's like, I would say 30-40% of whoever's health it is that it lands on. as June might be caught here.
I think June might just be dead. He's going to go for something. Does land the E-chains onto Valency, and that's going to be the end of that engagement. An attempt was made, an attempt was not found. Nice try to the support from Longhorn. Did his best, but that's just a Rift Herald secured. Not bad in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I mean, a nice tempo swing. LG, holding on, keeping their tempo up, able to go to the Rift Herald. Here we see Dragon's going to be spawning here in a minute and a half, so a little bit of a lull between them, but, take the tempo, go set up vision around that Dragon pit, make sure that you have everything cleared out so that NC State is playing on the back foot. I mean, you see both bot and top tier 1 turrets are gone. I believe mid tier 1, mid tier 1 gone as well. Means that, I mean, if they can't keep a vision line over towards the river, they're just walking into darkness, and you can play incredibly well off that vision using things like the Jarvan flag and drag out of Fog of War, or, of course, the Yorick. Face-checking a Yorick in a bush will spell death for anybody in the NC State team.
Yeah, and third Drake is spawning in less than a minute for the side of Longhorn. It will be their third
Look
Drake.
at how much damage is being done by Pulse. Bob Timer can barely contain it. I wonder if he's even going to be able to win this 1v1. His Pulse is so strong, and it looks so close. Bob Timer on a sliver of health is barely going to live, but that one ghoul chasing him is terrifying.
If he hit that Q3, it definitely was a win for Bob Timer. So close. He played it really well, but not perfect, and now he's dead.
Yeah, definitely just going to go down to the Sivir here, combined. Just trying to hold on to
I want to see State look for something on the other side.
I do not think this is what I want State to look for, personally.
Oh?
As soon as I say that, Junk King with the solo king on Desander. Beautifully done. Nas finally going to secure it onto Bob Timer. And Junk King might just make it out as he has the blast cone available to him as well. And he has the safety of Retiquin. June looking for something on the Pulse, but there is just nothing to be found. Attempts again, but the Maiden is just draining June's health. He can't do anything. This LeBlanc just cannot get through this Yorick's natural defenses.
Yeah, I mean, this Yorick is a monster at this point. It's going to be hard for anybody to contest this Yorick in the side lane. You see him opting into the Dirk here, as we spoke about before, knowing that he's ahead, he can go for this high damage build and completely be uncontested with Cassante being behind. LeBlanc not anywhere near enough damage to burst him. Lee Sin possibly the only champion to match damage, but he should just be able to out-heal that with the Maiden combined with his Q and Ravenous.
And a third Dragon in the hands of Longhorn. This is so much momentum. A 7,000 gold lead in the favor of UT Austin, and this is a complete turnaround from games 1 and 2. That's what we want to see out of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, we said they needed to change it up, and they definitely did, not only champs, but also play style, and it looks like it's working out really well for them.
Yeah, an 18-minute Soul Point is a very nice tempo swing here. We saw the other two games, it felt like they got so behind early that their only win con was wait till 45 minutes and try to, claw yourself back in with a late-game Baron steal or getting to the point where both teams are at 6 items and, that gold difference at that point is irrelevant. But here we see it completely swapped. Soul Point, although it's a Cloud Soul, one of the less overall considered strong souls.
It's very impactful for this team in particular with the On the Hunt, with the Mantra E, with the Jarvan Cataclysm as well. That engage is going to be so scary.
Yeah, they're going to be fast.
Yeah.
June missing some skill shots here, but I wonder if he's going to be able to make it happen with Jug King in the back pocket. And now, finally, Jug King on the rampage takes down Pulse. The Yorick is felled. What else can they get from here?
Yeah. I mean, we're going to have to keep seeing this from NC State. Jug King has so much gold. He is the strongest member on NC State's team right now. He's going to have to use his lead effectively and try to start transferring gold into his teammates. We saw him help Jazz pick up 1 kill. We're going to have to see if he can continue to do this because it's the only way they're going to make it to the late game here.
Yeah, I think you need these kills to end up on Jazz here because the LeBlanc isn't... I mean... Although, even on June, though, I believe the LeBlanc's not going to be able to output the damage to match this Sivir late game. And you need that ability to outrange. And unless June is getting a Fog of War, one shot on the Sivir so that she can't output damage in a team fight, it's going to be really hard for NC State to win that team fight without something like that consistent Jinx damage from range.
Looking for something, anything, are Abmis and Valency. They've gotten so much good vision control in this bot side jungle. Complete darkness for NC State in that quadrant. As you can see, Jug King venturing his way in bravely, looking for something, anything. But Longhorn just able to hit down this inner turret, and that's 2 inner turrets already down, almost for nothing gained on the side of NC State. They have not traded objectives effectively at all this game. And Pulse working on the 3rd inner tower just cannot feel good.
They're going to look for a play at him. Look at the minimap. Everyone from NC State is running to bot side here.
Oh, Nice
Good
little
kick.
kick in from Jug King as the team is collapsing onto Bob Timer instead. Both top laners getting the full forces of the teams. Bob Timer struggling to stay alive, not able to find anything as Abmis might be able to secure the kill. Wow, he's wasting a lot of time. Sonder gets it. Jug King gets the kill on to Pulse, and honestly, I think it's a win for Longhorn because they have
Baron's
high
up.
over Baron now.
Yeah, you see pings on the Baron immediately after walking down. With Sivir still up, you should be able to take this Baron. Sivir now on 2 items between the Kraken Slayer and the Devori.
Yeah.
NC State walking up to contest here, but it's going to be a rough one to walk in on with the Jarvan flag in
Yeah,
red.
and if we look at their vision, they have no real vision control. In this river, it's all Longhorn territory.
Oh my god, flash forward from Abmis, and Jas was just too far. He was ready. The flag and drag into the flash, and you cannot be there if you were the 80 carry alone when your team is wrapping around. And now they are trying to deny Jug King from being able to get in, but he has landed the Sonic Wave. He is inside the Baron pit, and he's going to steal away the Baron. What a play from Jug King. Unbelievable. And he's going to get a kill on the Sonder as Rediquin makes it happen. They're going to keep going. June still healthy. Rediquin W's forward, and Snass is going to go down as well. Jug King, what a play. Turns the game around completely. That's a shutdown on the Nass as well.
Amazing. Just so amazing from Jug King. I think there was some miscommunication from Longhorn. We saw Admis EQ over the wall onto Jug King. I think he was calling guys, stop DPS. We need to kill the Lee Sin before we go for a 50-50 play. So he was over the wall, but I think his team continued to hit the Nash because it fell below 2k health. And once it's in that like 1600 health range, the Lee Sin Q execute damage is enough combined with the smite to finish the Baron. So amazing awareness from Jug King, not only to avoid the EQ from Jarvan, but also to recognize Baron is low enough for him to steal.
Yeah,
That
as you
is-
said, I mean, Lee Sin Q execute compared with the smite is one of the hardest things to outsmite in
Yes.
League of Legends overall.
And he wasn't even in the pit.
And especially with this Lee Sin Fed, you know, he has the damage. He's not in the pit. He's holding behind. Definitely a bit of a miscommunication there, seeing the steal end up going down, and then the full swap. Jazz being dead the whole time means that damage that came out was pretty much all Jug King and June together. So really props to the NC State mid-jungle duo there.
Yeah, and now for this dragon fight coming up, Naz actually has no flash. Jazz still has his, so I think this team fight is one where NC State can thrive because Jug King, who is so fed on this Lee Sin, has flash available, has kick available. I think he is going to look for a hero play in this team fight.
Oh, Rediquin pushing
Rediquin
up
walking up
on
behind.
Pulse, looking for the quickness, gets the W forward as well. This is going to be a lot of damage from Jas if they're able to CC him
They're
at
giving
all.
soul.
They're giving up Soul for this, so this is so important for them to get this kill onto Jas specifically. Bob Timer secures it, and that is Cloud Soul to the side of Longhorn Gaming. Jug King not able to make another Miracle Steal happen.
Yeah, I mean, interesting decision. I feel like they probably could have won that team fight 4v4. Like, I really do think Jug King is so strong on the Lee Sin. He has a stopwatch. Again, he has flash, and Daz had no flash. I think that could have been NC State's chance to win the team fight, but they say we're going to take the 100% play. We're
Oh my
going to
God.
send members top. Jazz got outer tower bot. We're going to see if NC State can stop these bases because Jazz is going for more top.
Jas is solo pushing at this inner turret in the top lane, going for something, going for some more gold, doing his best to make it happen, and now the chase in the bot lane to stop the backs to allow for Jas to keep going, and the teleport is burned. Gets dropped. The Chomper's onto Sonder as well. Really nicely placed by Jas as he's just going to grab his gold and get out and see what he can do. He might be able to solo kill Sonder, but Sonder is quite strong. 4-2-1 on this Orianna.
Yeah, a nice cooldown taken out with the Orianna TP being burned there. With Baron coming up in 3 minutes, that TP shouldn't be up, so you cannot throw Orianna in that side lane to try to get some pressure on the opposite side of the map. So therefore, if you have your Cassante down laning below, I mean, you're just stuck in a 4v4 there with no option for the Orianna to play any sort of 1-3 run to play off of your pressure at the moment.
And I think part of NC State's decision making there might have been the fact that they don't necessarily want this game to go any later. I think their thought process is,
Oh, here comes the engage from Nass as he's going to spell shield right through the Chompers, and he's so fast
That's a
with this
Cloud
Cloud Soul and the
He's
on the
dead,
hunt.
though.
He goes down. Jinx with the solo kill. Jas gets one back. That's such a huge mistake from Nas because the kill was so important, but to not get traded back was even more important.
Yeah, I think that honestly, that 1-for-1 is not worth for the side of
this
UT
Cloud
Austin
Soul.
here. I mean, it's going to be hard.
I think you might just be dead if you're Bob-Timer in this situation. The Cloud Soul keeps you from doing anything because they are so fast, but Jug King being here means that the damage is there. Bob-Timer secures 1, and now it is a 3v2, making a 3v3 as Rediquin has arrived into the fight. Jug King going in onto Valency as well. Bob-Timer still healthy enough to keep it going, and now June able to land all the damage, takes out Valency as well. It is a 2-for-1 if you count a 3-for-1 if you count the kills in mid lane by the AD carries, and NC State coming out on top of the short exchange.
I don't know what it is with Orianna this set, but I don't think I've seen a Shockwave land more than like maybe twice this set from both teams. I mean, the Shockwave just completely going wide in that 2v2 makes it so Jug King and Bob-Timer are free to just run around and stall long enough for June to arrive. And I also want to call back to the decision to give Cloud Soul from NC State. I'm thinking they might just be playing for one strong team fight around an Elder Dragon, and here it is.
Oh my god, and Nas goes down. That's the strongest member of Longhorn Premier dead. Jas is still full health and available to free hit June, going in on the backline as well.
Huge.
And that's Admis dead. Jug King in the backline as well. He might go down, but he has the flash available. The Shockwave does land, so Sonder gets one back. June on very low HP, but this is still a 2-for-1 in favor of NC State with just the Lee Sin dead.
I think that's, I mean, impeccable team play from NC State. You saw them all line up next to the wall so that the Rakan could go for the ult while outside of Fog of War to get rid of that buffer that would normally stop him at this point. Was able to E over the wall and then get the W on top of Nas there. I mean, that is a hard combo to spell shield on the side of Nas because it's a 2-part CC combo. You can spell shield the ult, but you can't spell shield the knockup.
Right, and I think the only issue for NC State here is the fact that Jungle King actually used his flash in that play, but NC State is not really able to translate that 2-for-1 into any sort of objective. They already got the outer tower, but Baron was not up, and they were also not even healthy enough to do it if it was up. But now Baron is spawning, and NC State is lacking very, very critical flashes. Both Lee Sin and LeBlanc had to use their flashes in that fight. But we see Nas and Sonder both still have theirs available, so this fight could be tricky for NC State.
I think one item to keep an eye on for when it's online is going to be the Soreldia's Grudge out of the Yorick. Pair the Cloud Soul summoning of the Maiden with the Soreldia's Grudge. It's going to be impossible to outrun him.
I mean, it's already so annoying for Bob-Timer to deal with these ghouls and the Maiden, and we see Longhorn is starting up the Nash.
This is really smart from them.
Oh
my God!
You're just going to one-shot Valency and make it a 4v5 on the map. It is now scary for them to be within range of this LeBlanc if you are squishy at all. And Bob-Timer going for something onto Pulse does have the turret available with him, but Pulse is so strong and has so much sustain. Bob-Timer taking so much damage, and I wonder if he's going to be able to make anything happen beyond that. However, a fight in mid means that Jas has gone down to Nas, and now Rediquin and Jug King are the only ones left alive. He will find one back onto Nas, and Rediquin and Jug King are saving the game on their own. June has gone bot lane to help Bob-Timer. It is Jug King and Rediquin versus Admis and Sonder, and Rediquin is all the way out. Sonder has finally landed some skill shots. Jug King still alive, but he is on the ball. Will he be able to make anything happen? He is going to go down to Admis, but June has rejoined the fight, misses the chains, and that's Sonder getting to live. Admis is still alive. Valency is respawned, and that's June going down as he doesn't get a single kill.
I think that was a little greedy out of June there. I understand the play moving forward, whiffing the chain, but as soon as you whiff that chain, I think you have to take your W back. Your cooldowns are going to be too long to get on top of that Orianna, especially while you know the Jarvan is right there the whole time after having just been in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, however, there were some very, very critical flashes blown in that fight for the side of Longhorn. I know I keep talking about it, but it is like the defining factor in these team fights when you have champs like Lee Sin and LeBlanc who want to find flash access onto your backline carries. If they don't have flash, they're so vulnerable, and we see Elder Dragon is up. I think NC State, if they can find the right angle, they might be able to take this fight, and if they're able to take Elder, the Nash buff on the side of Longhorn will pretty much be useless.
I want to point out that Jas has almost made it back into this game after the super rough early game. 3 items now, Phantom Dancer as well available, means that this Jinx is starting to hit very, very hard. Infinity Edge as well as the Kraken Slayer means that this Yorick has not built a lot of tank stats, so he's going to get absolutely shredded through by this Jinx if she gets a chance to hit
Or
him.
this LeBlanc.
Wow, June absolutely shrekking Pulse's health bar, and Bob-Timer able to maybe take the 1v1 off of it is going to maybe make it happen, and that is a kill for Bob-Timer. But Longhorn Premier already on this dragon means that it is very, very scary for NC State. Cassante does have teleport available, and that means that they cannot
go for it. But it looks like they are staying on the dragon. It is regaining a little bit of health. Cassante is teleporting in. Bob Timer is so scary for this team. And it's going to go to NC State as it doesn't reset all the way. And Longhorn Premier gets out of the pit. And NC State just takes the dragon on a silver platter and says goodbye. You guys have a good time.
I mean,
that is a huge, huge, crucial misplay from Longhorn Gaming.
These are the moments. These are the intense second, like split-second decision-making. It's so hard. Like you saw, I think Longhorn, they were just split. Some of them were continuing to hit Dragon. Some of them were pulling away. Some were saying flip it. Some were saying just back off, let it reset. They couldn't come to a decision. NC State, they saw that Bob Timer teleported in, and they took advantage of this indecision from Longhorn. They take the Elder Dragon away, and like we said, now this Baron buff that Longhorn collected,
doesn't matter.
They can't use it other than a defense tool, but this Elder Dragon, NC State could dive the tower.
Yeah, I mean, it was an absolutely disjointed Elder Dragon take overall. I mean, it was poised on the edge of a knife, but I think so critical in that was going to be Abmus missing the EQ onto the Rakan there.
Yep.
That puts him out of the pit. That puts the Lee Sin on top of the Elder Dragon, the LeBlanc jumping in, and it puts them on the play on the Elder Dragon. Their whole team pushed away. Nobody's going to be able to get close enough to contest it.
I mean, this LeBlanc has an Elder Dragon now. If you thought she did damage before, that combo is so much more strong. I really want to see NC State just go for it. Just dive. This is your timer to make something happen.
Abmus going to burn the flag and drag to make something happen, but 5 players strong here is Longhorn Gaming as they're looking for an engage, probably with the Cloud Soul. They can get very far, very fast if they pop their ultimates all at once, especially with the Mantra E and the On the Hunt from Sivir. This could be very explosive in the next 3 seconds. The Sonic Wave does land for Jug King, but Jas is just going to ask to free hit this tower. So much damage coming out from this NC State. And the Shockwave goes wide. Look at how much damage was put onto Sonder. June just going in. Jas has been taken very low, so he does need to back off a little bit, vamp up if he can, even though he does not have a lot of sustain on this Jinx. You can see so much poke coming out from this Sivir as well. So much is being done. Wow, even just the E from June doing so much damage.
Yeah, it eats through the entire Bloodthirster shield. I mean, that's going to be huge there. Notably, the Shockwave is still down at the moment, unable to keep that zone control. I don't understand. I mean, I know they have the Elder Dragon, so you have to play a little bit behind there, but I think your only window back in that specific moment is that you either have to give the inhib and back off or face roll, drop every ult possible, get on top of Jazz, kill him, and then go to the next. Just one after one.
I would have been fine with Orianna just like shockwaving the wave because Longhorn does have Nash. The minions from NC State are not actually that tanky, and I think Orianna with 3 items is strong enough to just RW and clear the wave. I don't think they needed to give tower, but I think like when you have such a big lead in a game like this, especially when it is an elimination match, and then you start feeling the game slip away from you, you get scared, you know. I think especially against champions like LeBlanc and a Fed Lee Sin who are just one-shotting you out of nowhere, I think Longhorn, they're scared, you know. They feel the lead falling away from their hands, and they're scared. One mistake from anyone on the side of Longhorn could cost them the game and cost them their season.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we talked about it. You thought the LeBlanc did damage before. On this bag, just finished the Rabadons. I mean, that is a huge spike. This Sivir could not last a second around this LeBlanc.
Yeah. I mean, even with the spell shield, if it's ever down, like, look at this
Balancey might
damage.
just be dead. He is! The Super Mega Death Rocket finds one more. Bob Timer does
There
his teleport interrupted. Beautifully done by Pulse to use the wall to be sure that Bob Timer cannot rejoin the team. And that means their main tank is not there. And Bob Timer is going to take a lot of damage.
The Maiden's not there.
The Maiden is not there to help out Pulse. But Bob Timer just going to disengage, keep everything from getting even further out of hand. And now the mid lane.
June is on the way.
June is on the way to help Bob Timer kill Pulse. And Pulse is not super tanky. He's just going to run down the wave. And Redaquin and Abmus going to spot each other out in the jungle.
I want to see NC State actually stall this death as long as they can. If they can keep Pulse dead. Oh, he's going to TP away. Does it get canceled? Stall it. Stall it.
It got canceled.
He might just die.
June is taking so much damage, though. He might just die to the ghouls. There's so much damage coming out of this Yorick. There is nothing you can do, but Jas is going to rejoin the fight. And this Jinx, with 3 items, almost 4, is finally going to kill off the Yorick. The Maiden dies as well. And Bob Timer lives. June lives. The whole team is still alive, and look at how staggered this recon is.
And this is your split push pressure. He also has no teleport, but please, can we look at this pink ward that NC State has at Longhorn's red buff? This is perfect for June. What does LeBlanc want? She wants to find backline access on a flank. This ward is ideal for June to teleport to. And if Naz is not aware of this flank from LeBlanc, he will get deleted in this fight. We see Valency, no flash, the prime target for June on this LeBlanc. There's so much pressure for Longhorn to actually walk in here. It's a 4v5 on the map. It's going to be so hard for them to get vision control, and no vision against LeBlanc, against Lee Sin is so scary.
Yeah, I mean, Pulse so far 1-6 on this York, but deceptively strong. I mean, he's poised on the edge of this hull breaker here, and you saw before, stuck in a 1v3 situation, almost comes out of it with two kills if it weren't for the stopwatch and the stone plate there. I mean, as soon as you get the hull breaker, you get those bonus resistances, bonus damage, just ability to stay alive longer and win those 1v1s as you wait.
And that's what we were saying about NC State not wanting this game to go very slow. We see them, even though they were behind, they were forcing fights, they were forcing skirmishes, flips, anything to get back in the game.
Oh, June has killed Valency. It is Admis alone on the front lines. And the
kick
kick flash onto Sonder does not connect into a kill as Admis re-engages. Has not found anything yet as Jas is doing so much damage. Junk King is going to go down in the front line, but not before doing a ton of damage to Nas. And so the health bars of NC State so low. But look at Nas. He's even lower.
Oh,
So
barely alive
close.
through the red buff.
If one more Jinx auto attack connected on Jarvan, that was a reset, and Jas just takes over the fight. But I think him and June might try to burst on this dragon, but we see Saunders teleporting bot, but June sees it, and he might find the kill opportunity.
You also saw it disjointed there. The Jarvan flag and drag forward with the Cataclysm, but Orianna not in range for the Shockwave to follow up. That would be a completely different story otherwise.
They still don't see June. He sees Saunder.
He might just be dead. There's so much damage happening.
Oh, one
no,
auto.
no! And he
Huge.
gets the trade. 1-for-1 in favor of neither of them as NC State's mid laner trades out for the Longhorn mid laner. Jas is still alive. Knight's Vow online as well for Redaquin. This is going to be a huge fight. Whoever wins this fight likely wins the game and gets the Elder Dragon. This is so important. If NC State gets this Elder Dragon and wins the fight, they will book their ticket to the Nationals as Abnus goes in onto Jas but does not find any CC. Bob Timer getting held in place by the York and by Valency. He does go down to Nas. Rakan goes down as well. This is so big as NC State has lost two of their key members. Their jungler is still alive, as is Jas. But look at Pulse zoning off the Lee Sin. What can you do as Jug King? You can't get into the pit. Jas has to back off as well, and the Elder Dragon is going to be secured by Longhorn Gaming. So important as they barely have to stay alive in this series.
They go straight to Baron here. I mean, this is just a complete sweep here, going probably Dragon and Baron together, just going to be able to walk into the base and pressure incredibly hard. I mean, Orianna with an Elder almost as scary as this LeBlanc with Elder. If you step anywhere near the ball, you're just going to get shredded.
Yeah, I mean, NC State, they were trying so hard to stall long enough for Jug King to get back on the map and contest this Elder, but they stepped a bit too far forward and just got engaged on, and we saw Bob Timer. He was stuck in the cage from York. I'm pretty sure he was rooted, otherwise he would have flashed sooner, but regardless, the flash came out so late where he was pretty much dead already, and now Longhorn, they're wearing 2 buffs and the Cloud Soul. They have every buff in the game. They have every objective. They're ready to just run onto the map and just take over this game and end it.
Both top and mid now with the stopwatch looking to survive that initial LeBlanc release and engage, as well as a Maw onto the Sivir here. Traditionally, you would go for something like a GA or another crit item to go for that 100% crit, but knowing the whole goal is stay alive on that LeBlanc. Do not get one shot. June
really
here has had Valenci's number so far.
Yeah, I mean, really smart Maw purchase as well from Naz, just making sure he stays alive. I mean, there's really nothing State can do in this position. We see June trying to find a flank, but it's just too hard for him.
Yeah, the Elder Dragon prevents sort of any, because if you engage and get hit with one too many crits, I mean, you'll just die to the Elder Burn.
Yeah. I mean, June has to go through a Karma Shield, he has to go through a Maw of Malmortius, and has to go through a Bloodthirster Shield, so one-shotting this server is not going to be as easy as it was before.
This game is just about as good as over. All LG Premier has to do is press their R keys and walk up and hit the Nexus turrets. Anything else, and they would be doing too much. So strong with these double buffs is LG Premier Nas with so many kills, 9 and 5 on the Sivir, showing up after he did not in the first 2 games. And now NC State, all they can do is watch their base fall. So much damage coming out of the Elder minions, out of the Baron minions, out of the Elder of Dragon buff. What can you do as NC State in a 5v5 against a double buff team with only 1 tower left on the map?
They got the last minion, so for a bit the siege will be contested, but we see Saunders TPing back in on the mid wave.
And now Bob Timer getting engaged on by Abmis. So much CC, so much damage as Bob Timer barely lives. But that's the Nexus turret dead, and that's going to be the Nexus going down as well. LG Premier bringing it back in Game 3 to bring the series to a Game 4 and possibly save their chances of going to Nationals.
I mean, we have a series on our hands. Like, this is exactly what we wanted to see from Longhorn. We've said it time and time again that they really need to just try something different. We saw that from the draft to the game plan. They said, we're going to pick just a random champ. We're going to lock in York, and we're just going to keep going bot lane over and over and over until we get a lead. And we saw it work perfectly for them. I think some of the mid to late game decision making from Longhorn was a bit iffy. I think some of the shot calling was not, fully cohesive. I don't think everyone was on the same page. So it was definitely a shaky win, I would say, considering that early game lead they had. I would expect a more convincing closing coming out of Longhorn. So I think we are going to have a good series. I just think it's shaky from Longhorn. And I think NC State, if they can identify this York, this cheese pick, and these strategies from Longhorn, they should be able to take the fourth game.
Yeah, I definitely think that shaky is pretty much the main way to describe that game. I think overall, Longhorn was in the driver's seat for the majority of that game. Most of the NC State 1 fights were on essentially a counter engage or a great pick after Longhorn overstepped a little bit. But, I mean, yeah, in the end, Longhorn not able to execute on that early game lead that they were holding very well. I mean, NC State able to turn around, LeBlanc get a few really key picks, Lee Sin getting a few really key flash kicks on the Sivir. Their ability to get forward, they got even an inhib at a point. At the point that you are that far down in the mid game, there's no reason that you should be losing an inhib.
Yeah. I mean, really nice effort from both June and Jungle King. I think they both found such amazing plays, mechanical. Like, that was a purely mechanical difference in the mid jungle. They were able to create so much even though they were so far behind. So again, another very strong showing from the mid jungle of NC State, which is what we wanted to see today. So very great from them. I just think they need to say, okay, guys, let's just reset a bit and remember what we have to do is make sure our bot lane stays in the game, because I think that game, Admus, he knew he was just 3 camping bot and he was able to impact the lane first. So I think either NC State's bot lane needs to be a bit more aware of that timer, or Jungle King needs to try and match that timer and match that pressure.
Yeah.
A bloodbath of a Game 3 means that we are going into a Game 4. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with game number 4. This is already a banger of a series. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss the rest of this series.
is too short for fear. I'm absolutely livid. I'm going to remember this.
It's just business.
Hello. The other two are off on a water break. If we can try and get the draft up, it's the scene with the client. We'll get into that. The other two casters are on a water break, but we want to get this underway, so we went ahead and let the team start draft. So until we get it on the screen, I'll just read it off. It seems like NC State has selected red side for this game. They have banned so far Sivir, Vladimir, and Alawi. It seems like they didn't really enjoy playing against the Sivir. Hello.
Yo.
The casters are back with the water. No, we gotta get it underway, you know. But we're all hydrated now.
Yeah.
We're all good.
I got myself a gamer drink. We're feeling good for this game.
We're good. We're hyped, you know. Gotta keep the energy up. It's almost midnight. Anyways, NC State is on red side. They chose to ban away the Sivir. I guess they're thinking like it's a bit too safe of an option for Longhorn. They don't really like it. And then on the side of Longhorn, they banned away Gragas and Thresh, and then they actually first picked Karma. It seems like they think this pick is working well for them, actually. NC State deciding to go back to the Ezreal. They found so much success on it so far.
There's a giant bug in the studio.
That is a giant bug. They decided on NC State's side they're gonna go for the Ezreal again because
It's a Mayfly,
Jas
it's
was
fine.
putting in so much work on it. And then of course Jungle King on the Lee Sin. We already know what he can do on the pick. It's a comfort. It's a skill pick for him. And then Retta Queen is going for the Leona, and we see a Kindred coming out, which is an extremely different look for Abnus.
I mean, it's definitely way more out there. The Jarvan he looked so good on with that engaged champion, so I'm surprised that they full swap over less engaged. They're going to need some engaged in the top lane in this scenario, in my opinion. I really do like the Leona swap to still continue with that really, I guess, push forward, really aggressive support out of Retta Queen. I mean, it also works really well into the Karma. You can punish the fact that Karma is really squishy, really burstable by the Ezreal combo combined with the Leona passive, as well as the Zarya. I mean, it's the same story. A little safer as she has the E to get out if she can get near a wall. But still, I mean, just a really great support pick overall there. We see the Syndra ban coming out from the side of Longhorns. A little interesting, seeing as they just played the Syndra earlier. The Syndra overall that game looked fine, just a sort of a bad scenario. And then the Camille ban following, of course, same as we've seen before, just banning out those carry top laners to counter Bob Timer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure red side has a 100% win rate this set so far, right? I think all three wins were on red side. The first two for NC State, and then the third, obviously, for Longhorn. So we'll have to see if that trend continues. And I do want to continue to highlight this Kindred pick. It's just so different for Longhorn because so far we've seen Abmus on Sejuani, Elise, and Jarvan. These are champs that look for playmaking opportunities. You know, they're more so engage, pick potential, and Kindred is just a marksman. You know, it's more of a carry champion than an enabler, and we saw enablers from Abmus so far this set in all three games. So we'll have to see how different Longhorn looks when they're playing with a completely different style of jungle.
And I mean, I like the confidence out of Abmus overall. I mean, swapping the style shows that, you know, even though you're down 2-1 on poised to get knocked out, if you lose this game, you're still confident in your own play, your own ability. And I like this paired with the Zarya, of course. I mean, more survivability, and then also, I believe, a pretty good matchup into the Lee Sin overall. You have a solid ability to kite the Lee Sin if he Qs on you. Interesting, flexing the Karma here, putting
Mid or top?
yeah, I would assume mid,
Karma
yeah. So yeah, but pairing Karma with Kindred actually fairly common because you get really good synergy.
Cho'Gath. Pick it, Sam.
Manifest Cho'Gath.
I think Cho'Gath is such a good pick here. Like actually, it's if they lock in Malphite, Cho'Gath is just the freest 5 on red. It's I love the Morgana pick. It's such a great pick into Leona, but it leaves so many great options
Yep.
for NC State as well. And I think this Karma
Oh.
mid, there you go. They hear it. We manifested it. That is just like the perfect answer. And I think this draft for NC State is very classic NC State. June is so comfortable on this Lissandra, and he can lane really effectively on it, which you wouldn't expect out of Lissandra in the first place. And especially, even though Karma can be very strong in lane, can do a lot of damage early, this Lissandra is such a safe pick. It avoids ganks so well, and it's so hard for you to get anything going against this champion. And I think, once again, ease of execution for NC State minus maybe the Lee Sin, which can have a little bit of complexity around it. But the Lissandra just keeps everyone off of the Ezreal. The Ezreal gets to play really safe, and the solid engage from Leona when they're not protected by a Black Shield.
And this Cho'Gath pick, if the Black Shield is not onto Admis in time,
Is it Morgana mid?
no, I think they're just out of
I
order.
I think no.
Oh, wait,
Saunders
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 is
on Morg.
Morgana. You're
Saunders
right.
is on Morgana.
So
I-
it looks like it's Morgana mid. Yeah.
I don't like the Morgana mid here. I
I
mean,
think
it's
it's
good in
bad.
it's good into Lissandra.
That is the only thing.
That is fair, but it leaves your Karma out to dry in the bot lane. I mean, and you saw how potent Jazz is on this Ezreal overall. He does not miss Mystic shots. He does not miss with the Arcane Shift forward. I mean, at this point, they're just sticking it. And we're seeing a Morgana mid to counter the Lissandra, but I think that makes your mid jungle 2v2 much
No,
weaker.
the real woke is that they're putting Sonder in support. Sonder's playing support
They
this
could
game,
be.
and Valency is playing mid. We did hear that Valency's a mid lane main, so it's totally possible to see that sort of thing happen.
We could see anything, but I really want to highlight this drastic change in style from Longhorn. We saw one style in the first 2 games. We saw a different style in the 3rd game, and now we're seeing a 3rd style in the 4th game because they're really not putting any resources in their draft into side lane, right? Like, you either have a Karma mid or a Morgana mid. In both situations, neither of them are really going to be like, oh, let's go split push. Same thing with the Malphite. They're essentially playing a double Enchanter comp with 2 hyper carries in the Kindred and the Zeri, and then they have a Malphite. What does this mean? They are hard committing on 5v5 team fighting, but so is NC State. And one important thing about this Cho'Gath pick is not only does he have an advantageous matchup in the top lane isolation, but he can create so much headache for Admis. Like, if the Black Shield is not on Admis by the time Bob Timer uses Silence, that Kindred ultimate will not be usable for 2 seconds. That's how long the silence lasts. And in that time, there's so much potential for either Reddit Queen or June to find CC onto Admis, just chain CC him into death. And if they can find Lissandra CC onto Naz, it's the same story. So both of these teams have a very, very strong 5v5 team comp. I think top lane matchup is good for NC State. I think bot lane matchup could go either way since we don't really know what champ is down there yet. But again, it's Jas on Ezreal. We've seen what he can do. And Cho'Gath, I think, is going to be like a wild card, insane pick this game. I think this champ is broken.
And I think there are actually a few, really important things to touch on this game. One, first to note, is, as you said, the 3rd style coming out. One thing that you'll commonly see out of teams that they win the game before is that they'll just try to run it back, saying, that worked, let's do it again. No adaptation, and that gives time for the team that just lost to try to learn from their previous mistakes and go in from there. Adding that winning side adaptation just means that you have that extra bit of, I guess, deniability when it comes to having your strat see through.
Yeah, you have more options.
Yeah, you have more options. So this new style, as well as in the 5v5, I think if it goes even, Longhorns have a bit of an advantage seeing as they have multiple damage threats in both the Zeri and the Kindred, as well as really, really good PL options between Malphite if it comes down to it, or just things like Black Shield and the Mantra Shield.
That's true. I mean, Longhorn, so many options. 2 hyper carries. Kindred, if Admis can collect these marks early game, he can turn into a monster because, like, Ezreal does outrange, I think, like, before the fight actually starts. But as soon as this team fight starts, if Admis and Naz are positioning correctly, and if whoever's playing Morgana, I think it's Sonder.
It is
Whether
Sonder.
he's
It
mid
is
or
Sonder,
support.
whether he's in the bot lane. or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like that.
If he's able to, like, use Black Shield at the effective times, if Valency, builds a Mikhails or something, if they're able to negate the CC from NC State, I think this dual threat from Longhorn can work very well in the team fight.
The eggs are in the basket of Nas and Abmis. We are going to go to a quick break while we get into spectator delay. Don't go anywhere, because if you saw this draft, you're going to want to watch this game 4. Nationals is on the line for both of these teams. 2 games to NC State Red, 1 game to Longhorn Premier. If NC State wins this game, they book their ticket to Nationals. If Longhorn Premier takes this game, they force a Game 5 and get a chance to book their own ticket to Nationals and deny NC State from that glory. And already we are looking for something funky. Look at this level 1 from Longhorn Premier.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty standard, just 5-man bot lane, try and get pressure in the bush. You know, like a stealth ward in bush means a lot bot lane, especially when you're in a ranged matchup versus Leona. Jazz, if needed, he can start E. I don't think it's worth flashing for this. Okay, yeah. So he just walks away. Very cool, you know, calm, collected. Maybe mana flow, no mana flow. Anyways, when you're playing a ranged support and the enemy team has Leona, you just harass. We saw this Saturday for NC State. Queen and Jazz had to give up the level 1 wave pressure. So I think they 5-man bot to make sure that Queen could not get a ward in the bush. If he did, they would have punished him. They don't drop their own ward. I think they're confident, like, just 2v2, they can walk in and get pressure, so that should be fine. We see that Abmis is actually starting bot. So unless he's planning to, like, 3-camp into bot lane, he'll be pathing up to protect the Malphite. And on the other side of things, we see Jug King pathing down. So jungle is actually moving in opposite directions this game.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. As you said, jungle's moving in opposite directions here. One pathing towards top, one pathing towards bot. Overall, not great CC setup on the side of Longhorn when it comes to that Kindred pathing early game here. So probably not looking at a top gank. Maybe looking for a top side of mid gank to catch June off guard here, expecting just the traditional both junglers path bot. The one thing deterring at the moment is, as you can see, there was a ward on the chickens as well as a deep ward, I believe, put there by Cho'Gath in the Longhorn jungle there. That's going to spot out the Kindred here in a moment while she's taking wolves and let them know that she's on top side.
And we see Bob Timer opting in for these trades, even if they're not advantageous, because he knows with Cho'Gath passive, he can sustain pretty well. He opted in for the Dorn's Ring to give him a bit more fighting power, because he knows sustain Cho'Gath will beat Malphite, even though Malphite is running the Dorn's Shield. And we see NC State bot lane actually has a push, and Jungle King is looking for topside invade, while Abmis is looking for a top lane gank.
Yeah, I mean, should have essentially full knowledge here, knowing that Atmos is not in jungle. This is going to
June
be...
has first move.
Bob Timer is on the way back. Jug King has made his presence
They
known
win
as
this.
well.
Silenced,
It's gotta
and
be
Lissandra's
NC
here.
State here. Kindred does get the first blood. Abnus makes it happen, but he's going to get traded back by Jug King, and now Sonder has joined the fight as well. June, with his cooldowns coming offline, is now ready for it. The flash fails from Jug King as the Sonic Wave misses. The safeguard comes online. Sonder is taken so low as Jug King does not make anything happen. June falls. Pulse flashes the Sonic Wave. Has to be a ward hop as Jug King gets 2 kills. And another good start for NC State's jungler, but another great start for Longhorn Gaming as well. As we see Redequin engaging in the bot lane. Nas going so low. Jas burning his flash as well. Valency fighting inside the wave. So much damage for both sides. No lives traded, only summoner spells.
I mean, it's a scrappy early game. Some things to note from that situation. Jungle King picks up another 2 kills. We saw last game what he can do with an early game lead. While Abmis did get a kill, he did not actually collect a mark. And now we see contesting going on bot crab, but Abmis
Why?
has a pickaxe in his inventory. He's much stronger in this fight.
It looks like it wasn't a good fight at first, but June is already here, as is Redequin. Look at how far
Yeah,
away
bot
from
lane.
his team Abmis is. He is unable to rejoin his team, and now it's got to be a free kill, an attempted execute from the Kindred. I wonder if he's been out of combat for long enough.
He has. Red Queen being first on the move there is incredibly important. It
Yep.
just immediately sections off that Kindred, and she knows you have to go for the execute there or you're given over to a kill, more than likely to either the mid laner or a third kill to Jug King. And if Jug King gets that third kill, you cannot contest him on any of these grabs.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Longhorn, you're still shaking from last game, right? Like, you saw what Jungle King can do with a lead. Like, it's scary, right? And Jungle King recognized that his bot lane had push, had priority, and they were able to use that to deny another mark from Admis. We talked about how important it is for Kindred to be collecting these marks in the early game. Now he's down in the jungle. Around like 10 CS will be evened out because Jungle King is taking the reset. But look, he already picked up a Dirk, a Longsword, and a Pink Ward for some more playmaking. So he is off of his reset. He's looking to make something happen.
I do want to shift the conversation a little bit. Something I want to point out from the UF series was June was incredibly effective on this Lissandra. No matter what the game was no matter what was happening in the game, he laned incredibly well against UF's mid laner and was absolutely a part of every single team fight and was getting CS leads on Lissandra, which feels like it should not be as easy against some of these longer range champions. And with someone in weakest lane as Morgana is, June is going to have a field day. As we see Pulse going in on the bot timer, so much damage onto this Cho'Gath, looking so good for this Malphite, but
He's
know
close to level 6.
he is very close to level 6, and he has hit it, so a dive is on the cards, and he's gonna pop it, and gonna go down, maybe his bot timer, but the flash away! The auto attack does land, but Jug King is there for the trade, and that's 3 kills to the Lee Sin for only the Cho'Gath's life. 2 kills on the cards for Pulse, but that's really big for Jug King as well.
I mean, it's so obvious that Bob Timer expected this play, and he played into it. Like, he knew that Pulse was going to go for this, and that he had Jungle King backing him up. But why not just flash the Malphite ult? Like, if you're planning on flashing anyways at the end of this, just flash the brunt of the damage, and I'm pretty sure he makes it out alive.
The
It
flash
was
Zenith Blade did not land for Redequin, unfortunately, as this bot lane engage does not succeed for NC State. The Valency was not able to get any CC down on either of the members either. So once again, a trade of resources of mana for both teams. No summoner spells burned except for Redequin's flash.
Yeah, very close overall on the top side fight. As you saw, the Lee Sin safeguard almost able to save the Cho'Gath, but Malphite barely getting that last auto with the W auto.
Oh, June could be going for something here. Does not take the claw in, but Redequin is going deep. Jungle King maybe going for the steal, but he does not land the Q in time. Redequin going down to Sonder as so much damage is being found. Nas will take the kill onto June, and that is so important for these hyper carries to get online for Longhorn. And almost another kill onto Jas, as this is a one fight for Longhorn Premier. The Dragon and June both go down.
These Morgana snares are American Sniper. I mean, she's hitting so many of these key members. They're able to hit the Lissandra there, I believe, after she engages, then immediately after able to hit Jas on the exit to cause him to almost die there. I mean, really props to the mid laner out of Longhorn Gaming here with that.
I think there was a bit of miscommunication between Redequeen and June because we saw June's claw come out, and I think Redequeen saw the angle that June could have taken it and found a W onto 2 members of Longhorn. So then he took the blast cone over, expecting June to go in, but then June didn't take the claw. And then Redequeen was kind of just left out to dry. No flash, no teammates nearby. He was kind of just stuck because he's a Leona. Like, what's he going to do?
So far, so good for Longhorn Gaming. Leads in the top lane and in the bot lane, although June is showing his mettle on this laning Lissandra with a 20 or almost a 20 CS lead over his Morgana opponent. And now Pulse showing his muscles. Bob Timer unable to really do anything in these trades as Admis is going to take a little bit of space in this top brush as well.
Yeah, I think this lane gank is really important here. I mean, of course, just ends up backing a common thing that you see among top laners, as we've talked about before. You walk up to make sure that your top laner is able to push the wave in safely, wanting to shadow in case there's any sort of counter gank. You see waiting in the Bish longer, knowing that. But
Oh,
yeah,
and the ult is there as well. Bob Timer going to go down to this gank, and the kill is going to go to Admis as well. This is so scary for NC State because the gold is being funneled into both the Kindred and into the Zeri.
I really want to see them make a cross-map play here. I want June to walk bot. Just drop your wave. Go bot. Just send it. I wish Jug King was here a bit sooner, and they could have four-manned the spot lane because they know Kindred is topside, but I think they missed their timer. The most they can do is deny a wave, and we see Saunders TPing.
I'm curious to know if at that point the Kindred was able to mark the Cho'Gath, or if it was a prior mark that essentially Bob Timer may have forgotten about. Because if Kindred was able to get a mark there overall, that could be so much more value. As we know, 4 marks is that pivotal value for Kindred for the first one.
Seems like that Admis is only on 1 mark.
Okay, yeah. So waiting not quite anywhere near that 4 mark power spike as we're used to, where he will possibly be able to outrange more things in this game. But for now, Jazz still highest range at the moment, looking towards farming up. Down 10 CS at the moment again. We've seen this happen a couple times now with the Longhorn Gaming, but this is sort of natural into a double-ranged matchup, able to harass and poke you off the wave on occasion.
Yeah, I mean, similar to last game, all of the kills, all of the gold is in the hands of Jungle King, and we're going to have to see if he can have as much impact as he did last game to try and keep NC State in this game.
All of his damage is here, and he is going to go in on to Nas, and that is a beautiful kick flash. The autos coming in for Jazz as he flashes to secure the kill. Beautifully done from the jungle and bot lane of NC State University. June getting pressured by Admis and Sonder, but there's nothing they can do when this Lysandra is so slippery.
Yeah, I mean, it's as you were just saying, it's all in the hands of Jungle King. All of the gold at this point is on him. You see, he has his Eclipse done while no other member of the team is done with their Mythic yet. The only other champion in the game actually done with Mythic is the Kindred, matching that other side. However, Jungle King, 5 CS lead, not major, but 2 kills. Really pivotal that he was there and gets the flash kick onto that important member being the Zeri.
Yeah.
Zeri then denied wave, denied XP, put further behind.
Yep, exactly. And now Naz has no flash, so again, vulnerable. His cleanse was down for that play, I believe. So if he had cleanse, maybe he could have escaped, instantly cleanse flash away from the Leona CC, but now, even though he has cleanse, having no flash against Lee Sin is really scary, especially since Jungle King has his flash up. He can look for a kick flash play, and then Naz is as good as dead. So I really want to see him punish that, and it looks like he's planning to do that.
A good word here from the side of NC State, knowing that the Karmas walked up here, but Jungle King
something.
able to
Does
hit the
land
Q.
Wow, what a beautiful sonic wave from Jungle King.
June
I'm
is here.
speechless. June is here as well. This is a possible turret dive for NC State, but it looks like they're thinking better of it. Admis in this top side, nowhere near the play, and Jungle King choosing to back instead. Great plays from the NC State jungler, bringing NC State back into this game within 1K.
Yeah, I mean, that was, I don't want to say pivotal play, but that was a really smart play by Jungle King. I mean, continuing to push more of this advantage as possible onto Jazz, as they know Jazz is the main carry. He is the hyper carry of this NC State team. Completely made to set up with the CC setup from Lysandra, Leona, as well as Peel from Cho'Gath, Peel from the Lee Sin kick. They know that he needs to get some of this gold. Although Jungle King is doing a great job with the gold that is on him, able to push it forward, get a lot of this damage that he's needed onto these pivotal characters.
Something else I think is kind of interesting is that, usually when you see a Lysandra, it's not usually like the big damage threat. It's just a lot of upfront burst, and that's about it. So you don't really need to worry about it. But with how squishy these two hyper carries are going to be, if June is able to get onto one of them at all and find a little claw angle, find a WQ, they're going to explode. And with how ahead June is in CS, it's looking like that might be the case. Everfrost already purchased by him. He's looking very strong in this game so far, so when they do manage to get into these 4v4, 5v5 fights, June is going to be a problem for these Longhorn Premier hyper carries.
I mean, he's definitely a threat, and I think Jungle King is so strong. He's going to be obviously a massive threat as well, so we'll have to see what State can do.
Chemtech Soul is going to be the soul here. I think overall, the buffs here themselves are going to be pretty good on either side. The tenacity that will be gained is going to be pretty good into either. I mean, you see Morgana Snare, you see Lysandra.
Solar Eclipse used onto Nas, so much CC and so much damage.
They burned his cleanse.
Cleanse has been burned, but Redequin is going low. Jungle King baiting in the back brush, hoping for an engage, hoping for anything.
Oh, they saw him on the lane ward.
I believe there was a ward in the deeper brush, so they know he's there already. And I don't know if they are aware of it, but now they're fully aware of it. Redequin going to back off as well, low on the HP. So much of Nasa's health was burned, but no harm, no foul for Longhorn Gaming.
Yep. I mean, not much can be done right now because we see Abmus is hovering his bot lane.
Oh, Jazz gets rooted up, and Rediquin is going to take a lot of damage. He might just go down as Valency collects the kill there. 4 members strong in this bot lane is LG Premier. Nicely done from them as they collect one more kill onto the NC State support. June is still here, does have the claw available, so he will be able to escape. But a flash forward from Abmus does attempt to make something happen, but the ult is forced to be popped, and this could turn fatal for him as he goes down. Jug King does secure the kill, and the Sonic Wave follows Sonder as they're looking for a trade back. Jungle King, did you go too far with the Blast Cone? Beautiful trade back as Nas picks up the kill, and now Bob Timer and Pulse gonna swing at each other with our wet noodles.
Yeah, meanwhile, top lane.
Significantly less exciting.
Yeah,
fight.
meanwhile, top laning, pan to 2 big bunkuses sitting there slapping each other, watching nothing happen. You know, we talked about it earlier. Their job at this point is just to emote at one another and see who can get it. Zenith blade goes a little wide, unable to go for
Jazz
a play
is
there,
so
but
low.
Jazz
Jazz
is also
is so
so
low.
low.
I
I don't
would
know where
really-
you go for that.
I would really like them to not engage right now.
Yeah.
I would like them to just
Oh,
calm down
maybe.
and clear the wave. Oh,
You can
actually,
play off the
I
range.
take it back.
Play off the range. Yeah, I mean,
Knight was burned as well. Jazz gets his killing spree online.
And something really important to note from that play is the fact that Jazz was able to collect the shutdown from Admus. I believe it was only either
300
100.
gold?
Yeah, like total kill value was either 450 or 500. So not the biggest deal, but it is a shutdown, which is a big deal. But now Jungle is in trouble.
That was unfortunate for Jungle King as Abmus collects the kill onto him. Bob Timer now in a 1v2 situation. Make it a 1v3 as Sonder has joined. Bob Timer will get one with the feast, and Rediquin is here to join. The
June
team
and Jazz
is
are
rotating
coming.
over. If you get any CC, this is looking pretty solid if they can rejoin the fight fast enough. But Rediquin is taking a lot of damage. Now, June is here. Jazz is here. Pulse is going to take a lot of damage from these guys. Sonder takes out Rediquin, but Sonder gets taken out himself, and June is going to keep chasing as he gets the root, and Jazz going to keep chasing as well. Valency does rejoin his top laner to make something happen, but that is an overall 2-for-2 trade. NC State putting kills onto their hyper carry, though. Jazz is going to become a monster this game.
a really good play out of Bob Timer there, able to get a really great flash play onto the Kindred, able to trade that immediately 1-for-1, ends up going down, making it a 2-for-1, but again, the roam off of June was great timing, and now Jazz. 4-0-1 on this Ezreal. Down a little bit of CS, however, has the Reaver spike, is almost done stacking his Manamune, also looking onto the next item. I mean, he is going to be a monster this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be huge. We were talking about how all the gold is on Jungle King's hand. This game, it is a bit more spread out, which is good. That's what you really need, because last game, yes, he did so much, but there's only so much one man can do. So this game, he has his, his hyper carry Jazz backing him up on the Ezreal, one of his classic champs. So we'll have to see how much can be done at this Drake fight, because this will be Longhorn's third Drake. And we see, I believe Admus just picked up another mark. Let me check the counter. He is at his 4-mark spike. So Admus is now pretty spiked on this Kindred.
Atmos as well, 3-4-3, a little bit higher on the death count now, gotten caught out a few times, but already on the Kraken Slayer, looking towards a Bork next. He's going to be really, really strong at killing this Cho'Gath.
Yeah, I mean, that's his goal, is to shred the Cho'Gath, shred the Leona, and I believe this will allow Naz to feel less pressure to, deal with the big front line. Maybe he can look more so at hitting like June or Jazz or even Jungle King.
Oh, the engage onto Jazz is so much damage from the Malphite, but the flash is available as well as the Arcane Shift, and Jazz will get out. And the Black Shield prevents Jungle King from doing anything. So beautifully done by Sonder to prevent any engage from happening, and that means Bob Timer might go down as well. So much damage coming out from June, but no kills to be found just yet. Jazz is so low, he cannot engage, he cannot Arcane Shift forward. June is so low, Nas will go down to Jazz, but June will go down in the trade as well. It is a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Longhorn Premier. Jazz is looking for something, but he is alone, and Admus might just be able to one-shot him here. Never mind! Jazz with the outplay.
He crit.
Even then, I don't think that you can face check that as the Kindred. Your ult's down, you're at a quarter HP. That Sheen proc WQ will do so much damage with you having no
I mean,
resistances.
it was huge damage. I think that was so unlucky. Jungle King had the Q onto Naz, but when he actually followed it up, he ended up kicking the black shielded Malphite.
Well, the Malphite's a big body.
He's
Yeah,
a,
no,
he's
I
a big
don't
boy.
blame him. It's hard to miss, but like, it's just unlucky. So we essentially saw Jungle King have no impact in that fight, and NC State still came out with like a decent trade.
That was huge off of Jess, but I also think it was a massive, massive misplay from Admis to walk up
definitely.
there. It gave them a free dragon. It gave them another kill onto the hyper carry.
And we've seen that twice now, right? If we think back to the situation near NC State's bot lane outer tower near the Tribush, we saw Admis flash forward to try and find a kill onto June, only to die and hand over a shutdown. So this is the second time Admis has stepped too far forward and Jazz has been there to collect the shutdown.
The chains are online now. June getting a lot of damage on him. This is going to be another kill for Admis most likely, but Sonder has taken so much damage, and June is punching it out as well, but finally the kill goes the way of Admis. June caught out, no outer turret there to save him, nowhere to go. That's a nice little macro play from the side of Longhorn Premier. This is a bloodbath.
As you see, I mean, this Malphite, 426, very tanky at this point, getting all these resistances stacked up. And then you see Jazz opting towards that Sereldia's Grudge third here. That traditional Sereldia's Grudge is going to give him a higher ability to kill this Malphite, which he's the only champion at the moment that's going to be able to in the long term. I mean, Lissandra, a very low damage champion overall, can get a lot of consistent spread damage to chunk those squishier members overall, but will not be even a threat to this Malphite.
We see the top laners Bob Timer opting in for the Heartsteel, while Pulse is opting into the Jack Show. So I think Pulse is like, I just need to have as many stats as possible, whereas Bob Timer is trying to stack health. I think Zeri struggles to cut through raw health just because, you know, like look at her build, right? Like there's no real like pen. So while armor would help a lot, just having flat out health does a lot against her. However, opposite end of the story is Admis, who has a Kraken Slayer and a Bork, so
He's going to shred through Bob
he's
Timer.
going to shred through that raw health. You know, Bork excels at killing raw health, so maybe when Bob Timer can stack the Heartsteel up, maybe get the Frozen Heart, that's what it looks like he's building, then he actually will be pretty tanky. But right now, I think Longhorn has a very strong advantage in terms of frontline. I think Pulse is so much tankier than Bob Timer at this moment. And I think even though Jas is strong, it will take Jas much longer to kill Pulse than it will take Naz and Admis to kill Bob Timer.
We see them hovering here around the Baron Pit.
Oh, Sonder is alone, but does pop the Black Shield to avoid the Solar Eclipse. So much burned on that engage there, and Bob Timer is now caught out on his own. Does take the Enhanced Blast Cone to get out of there, and now Jazz is forced to Arcane Shift away as well as NC State choosing to disengage. But now, look at this priority that Longhorn has gotten in the river. They could throw this back into a Baron bait. They could take this so many directions, but it looks like Pulse just wants to fight instead.
He's not
so
scared.
Tanky, and he's just going to try to pop his ult. Hits Bob Timer only, and he is alone, but look at how tanky he is. Jazz cannot melt through him, and this is going to allow Admis to free hit. So much damage being done. Look at where Jungle King is, though. He might be able to find a look onto one of the backline members of Longhorn Gaming.
He has
does
a Q.
land it onto Nas, but chooses not to take it, and no casualties from that fight just yet. June just going to be taken very low, as well as Bob Timer, and it feels like Pulse might just be unkillable this game.
I mean, this is a good timer for NC State to maybe take mid lane outer tower, because Pulse does not have the unstoppable force. That is Longhorn's main engaged tool, so he is very tanky, but all he can do is this, or he kind of just walks at you menacingly.
He is walking quite menacingly, as
He
he's
is.
forcing two away from the wave right now, and Jazz is forced to back off from the tower as well. And no follow up was necessary, but he did his job by walking up and scaring him a
Yeah,
little bit.
I mean, we saw Jazz was hitting him for a good like 10-15 seconds and only dropped him down to like 60% health. So he is a very, very, very tanky rock.
Yeah, I mean, in order to deal any damage, I think this Lee Sin's going to have to be able to practice Cleaver on him first,
Definitely.
and then get that initial armor shred. And even then, I mean, a lot of this Malphite is raw health, as well as he has the Anathema now set on the Ezreal to get that percentage decreased damage. I would assume the only person, is to put it on the Ezreal.
I don't know who else you'd put it on. I don't think any other member
no
of this
one.
team is doing that kind of damage, frankly.
There is an angle where you put it on Lissandra and then you just fully stack armor, but I like this much more. Like, just put it on Ezreal. He's so fed. slap it on him, and you'll be fine.
Yeah,
So,
the only benefit to putting it on Lysandra is the bonus tenacity that you can get from having it on that single champion. But yeah, just get the percentage damage reduction on this hyperfed Ezreal, and we'll see where it takes us from here.
yeah, so next objective is this Chemtech Drake spawning in 10 seconds. That will be the third dragon for Longhorn, or the second for NC State. Baron is also on the map. We see Longhorn has priority over the dragon. It looks like State is giving this, but the question is, are they going to try and trade something for it? Are they going to try Baron? Are they going to try mid lane tower? Or are they just going to let it go?
It looks like they're just going to let it go. They chose to try to get a little bit of Baron vision, but it looks like they weren't able to find much, as Pulse was just there to keep them from having any fun. A kick forward from Jungle King. Valency taken very low, but look at Jas just getting free hit by Nas, and a teleport coming out from the backline as well. This is looks disastrous for NC State as the carries are allowed to free hit. Jas is nowhere to be seen. Rediquin goes down. Bobtimer's able to get one back, but that's 2 kills for the price of 3 lives.
Whoa.
And whoa, Nas,
Whoa.
that was a little questionable, but he gets 1 and he gets 2. Make it 3. The cleanse on June as well. And is that just the game? That's so much. Taking an ace for Longhorn Gaming as the hyper carries just go in and kill everyone.
I mean, I really like the confidence. That was a high play, you know? Like, these are the moments where you are so scared. We were talking about it loading into this game. Everything is on the line for Longhorn, but they still have the confidence to go for these plays. And like you said, it has to be the game. I mean, it's 5 kills over to Longhorn. It's the Baron. It's so many shutdowns. So many summoners burned for NC State. It's going to be so hard. Look at Malphite's items even before he spends the gold he got in that fight. Look at Naz. I'm pretty sure he just full completed Infinity Edge. Like, he is massive.
I would love to see, if we go to a game 5, to see a higher damage threat in the mid lane.
Yeah.
For
Sort of as we saw game 1 and 2.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
as
mean-
much as we've seen this Lysandra be very successful for them, especially when they're in those 5v5 team fights and everyone's going for Jas and they want to be able to peel for him, and this Lysandra is so effective at that along with the Leona, I would love to see them, you know, not put all their eggs in Jas's basket, because Jas is doing his damnedest. He's 6-1 and 2. He's got a lot of damage, and he is going to be doing a lot of damage in these fights, but he's the only one doing any damage, it feels like. And June just isn't able to get onto the back line, isn't able to secure any CC onto these carries, and it's just making Jas's life that much harder. And Bobtimer, as much as he's trying to be tanky, he's just not nearly as tanky as Pulse is in this game. And now the engage onto Admis, he's just going to pop the R and force them to back off. Look at the damage that was done to June. He's essentially out of this fight before it even starts, and the unstoppable force, Jas gets hit by it, and this is going to be so much damage. Pulse just gets to walk up and kill everyone. Bobtimer trying his best, but Jungle King goes down, as does Bobtimer, and now so much damage. Nas just allowed to free hit, and that's got to be curtains for NC State in this game 4.
Yeah, I mean, I just think so many of these topside situations must have gone wrong because Pulse should never be this strong. Like, he is so tanky.
This Malphite is a literal mountain in front of
Yes,
them. I
he
mean,
is.
this Ezreal will not be able to eat through it. Ezreal also not a particularly great champion for killing tanks, but still, I mean, these Mystic shots are tickling.
I do love the draft here from Longhorn here. I think picking, once they saw the Ezreal was picked, picking the Malphite there is so good. There's no way for the Ezreal to deal with a champion this tanky, and they just get to walk it into the base and end the game. And that is going to be a game 5 forced by Longhorn Premier against NC State. After being down 2-0, we are at a game 5 with Nationals on the line, both teams backs against the wall.
Ryan, are we going to get Silver Scrapes? Okay, I think he's going to try and get Silver Scrapes going for the stream. Hopefully we can get that. I mean, it's a game 5. That's crazy. After the first 2 games,
Yeah, I
don't
did not think we'd be anywhere close to a game 5.
Absolutely
I
not.
don't think anyone expected that in the studio or the audience, that we would be going to Silver Scrapes. So really great stuff from Longhorn to adapt. Like, they're doing what they need to do. Even this game, they've shown, you know what, guys? We're going to blind pick Malphite. We're just going to pick this champ and do it. We're fine playing a tank and just playing for bot side.
And I mean, even that after game 3, we called it shaky. We said, I mean, they were in the driver's seat, but it was shaky. We didn't expect a game such as this. I mean, Longhorns were just in control the whole game. Other than Jazz being fed, the Malphite is there in front at all times. The Kindred was able to get those marks up, get 4 marks, and I mean, Zeri. I mean, Nas on that Zeri that game was pivotal. He got great follow-ups, great damage shown out the whole time.
You can hear the music playing. Silver Scrapes, we're here for game 5. Don't go anywhere because we're going to be back with a banger to end off the series. You're not going to want to miss it.
Life is too short for fear. I'm absolutely livid.
I like the Kindred ban.
Here we go!
Everyone awake? Hello?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's late, but wake up!
Anyways, first pick Sivir on the board for the side of Longhorn Gaming. We're here for Game 5 of the CLOL South third place match. Winner of this singular game goes to Nationals. And it's not a Sivir first pick, it's a Karma. And a Zeri! Finally locked in by NC State. I have been waiting so long to see Jason play anything
And-
other than Jinx or
Zeri Lulu.
Ezreal, and Zeri Lulu gets locked in. Finally something different from NC
I mean,
State.
did you see how quickly they locked that in?
Instantly.
Like,
This was planned. They were thinking about this
Pessoa-
the whole break.
Pessoa was like, guys, we're gonna pick Zeri. I'm tired of this
If you-
Jinx bot lane every game. No Jinx this game?
Karma Sivir.
It looks like no Jinx.
No Jinx?
Yeah, no
No
Jinx.
Jinx.
We're free.
Evading the ban, evading the pick.
Okay, so one new champ for NC State, two new champs with a Lulu. We see Thresh is banned, obviously. Gragas is banned, obviously. Akshan is banned, and then other side, Vladimir Alawi. Kindred is an interesting ban. I guess they didn't like the Kindred that time, so they said let's get rid of it. And now
Orianna.
Orianna is a pretty smart pick. I feel like State probably would have picked it if Longhorn didn't take it away.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're gonna see Lee Sin again. I doubt it.
I know they're gonna lock in a jungle champion here.
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
very
yeah.
least.
I'd like to see something such as a Wukong
I
or
think
something
Wukong
that
would
can
be
make
great.
plays.
I would like Wukong, yeah.
I would have liked Wukong better if Orianna was still open, but
I mean, Wukong also like dissuades a lot of jungle picks like
Ooh.
Sejuani, who he can abuse pretty easily. But
I like the
I like
LeBlanc
it.
here
I mean,
as
we-
well.
we saw what Jun can do on this champ, right? Like he says, guys, it's time to go to bed. I'm gonna put you down for good. It's time to bust out the LeBlanc. I mean, we saw him. He performed. He did so well. Even though the early game was so rough for NC State, he still put up such a good performance. So if this game he can stabilize, have even like an even laning phase early on, he can do so much.
I think if you're NC State here, you ban away at least one jungle champion. I think maybe the Jarvan is a really valuable ban here because they've gotten so much with their comp from that game 3. The Jarvan was such a pivotal part of how they engaged and how they locked down Bob Timer. So I think that would probably be very valuable.
And if not Jarvan, I would actually like a Vi ban. The reason Jarvan was so good is because you were playing against a Jinx. People really like locking in Vi when the enemy team has a Zeri or a LeBlanc because you can just press R and it's similar to Nautilus.
Oh,
they have no way to
Malphite
stop
Gonna
it.
no,
find a way
the
by
I saw
Longhorn.
the Silas ban signals that NC State
Right.
was pressuring
Yep.
ban Malphite or we're gonna pick it.
And that's what we were talking about when Longhorn banned Malphite in Game 2, where if you're banning Silas, you're saying, I'm going to pick Malphite because he's such a strong champion right now, and Silas is the only thing that really hard counters him, and we see Jungle King locking in Elise, so again, going for a very, like, pick-oriented mid-jungle, which I like for NC State. It's the way they like to play.
The Cocoon is going to be so strong, and I know that when we were watching the UF match, the first game that Jungle King had when he was Bob Timer Diff back in the day, the first game that he had on Elise was the only game that they won in that series. And the Jarvan, like I said, gets locked in here. This Karma Sivir Jarvan engage tool
This is-
where you just press the R key and then you run at them is so easy to execute and just a breath of fresh air from the complicated drafts they had in game
I
1
don't
and
think
2.
it's going to have as much value as it did in the last game. Also, the Scion blind, again, opens up a very easy Cho'Gath angle. However, I don't really like picking Cho'Gath with the rest of the champs on NC State's side. You know, like you have to look at the enemy team, but also your team. I think Cho'Gath, it's just too much magic damage.
Warren is available.
I would like his signature Sejuani here. It's a
Sejuani
really
would
good
like
engage
Sejuani.
tool.
I would like Sejuani.
It can interact well with the Scion
Cassante.
and lane. The only
Cassante
issue
is-
is going to be the Sivir spell shield, but
Yeah, true.
you can still go for those big picks with LeBlanc, toss out the ult, and that'll eat the spell shield, and then LeBlanc taps the taps the Sivir. We
You know,
see a
it
Cassante
feels
in the end,
like-
so a lot more pressure.
It feels like NC State is putting a lot more priority on solo lanes this game, and
Yeah.
I really like to see that because June, to his credit, has played amazingly in all 4 games of this series so far, especially that LeBlanc game, and especially game 1 and game 2, he was fantastic, and we're going to see them put even more resources into them. This Zeri Lulu lane, while not super strong early, is pretty safe.
Yeah.
You're so fast, you have so much move speed, you're going to be able to stay away from the Sivir Karma, which doesn't necessarily have a ton of kill pressure as well. So, NC State playing for the late game a little bit, but allowing Cassante and LeBlanc to maybe take a couple of fights early, get a couple of their trades, and maybe this Elise will be able to make some magic happen as well.
I would have, if it were in the pool, obviously, I would have liked to see something like Set or even Jace come out in the top lane. Just because I think completely flipping the way the game is being played would be good for NC State, but obviously we
Bob
know
Timer doesn't really
yeah,
play those champions.
Yeah, but like I feel like a Set in this game, because Scion is gonna stack so much health against champs like Zeri and LeBlanc, being able to use his health against him with Set ult, scaling off of your target's health, would have been so effective. Just being able to access Orianna, Sivir, and Karma on the backline, but Cassante should still go pretty well for Bob Timer. I think it is very comfortable for him just playing Cassante.
Into Scion especially.
Into Scion especially. I think this is a matchup like a lot of people opt into both sides of the matchup, because I do think it is actually a very skill reliant matchup, because we have seen Cassante just run over Scion, but we can also see Scion just free scale against Cassante. So we'll have to see what happens both in mechanical 1v1, but also like jungle pathing mid lane. As we've seen so far, this set has been so important for how the side lanes go.
I'm going to be really interested to see how June plays this early game here, looking for those roams to possibly swing, like we said, that top lane matchup more in the Cassante favor to stop the Scion from scaling, or just to sort of all in, 4-man dive with an Elise bot. I mean, that is a tried and true method used for years, to send the Elise bot lane, cocoon, tank 2 tower shops, repel up.
Yep.
And call it a
It's
day. It's easy to execute. Sivir spell shield can only eat one ability.
Yeah. We're going to have to see if the Zeri Lulu lane can actually get Sivir Karma diveable, though, because a lot of times, even if your jungle is like Elise or like Jarvan, something that can dive very easily early on in the game, sometimes if your bot lane is too passive, you actually struggle to set up a dive, because no matter what, it's usually pretty hard to dive from full health. So I think a lot of like importance will be placed on the early game from both of these bot lanes.
I am a big fan of the simplicity that Longhorn's comp has.
Me
There's
too.
a lot of just press R, run at them, and we're going to be able to 5v5 really easily. I think those river fights in the Dragon, once all the teams have hit level 6, are going to be very favored towards Longhorn.
Mhm.
But once you get into that late game Zeri, once you get 2-3 items on her, she's going to be shredding through everyone. These squishy champions are going to be like paper to her. So it's going to be on Rediquin to keep Jazz safe until he can get those items online. And then the only person that's going to be able to stand up to Zeri is Scion. And with Cassante in that lane, it doesn't feel like Pulse is going to have any free reign to scale.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, a lot of pressure, again, as always, is being placed on the mid jungle of NC State to try and get them a lead in the early game, because we all know if NC State, if they make it to the late game, they'll be fine. They have Zeri Lulu this game. Cassante scales super well, but all of the pressure to make stuff happen early is on Jungle King and June. We've seen them do it time and time again. We know they're good. We know they have the hands to pull off champs like this, and we're going to have to see if they can do it in this Game 5.
The pressure is on for a Game 5 elimination match in the CLOL South 3rd place. Winner of this goes to Nationals. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because I know you do not want to miss how this game ends.
Cue up the silver scrapes.
On God.
Again.
I know you can't see it, but we're dancing.
We're dancing.
And I hope you're dancing too. I hope you're excited. I hope you're hyped. It's game 5. It's well past midnight now here in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. I think for Longhorn, it's only 11:30, but still pretty late for them. So
I was lucky.
I mean,
Guys.
these are like the tough games, you know. Like everyone is exhausted, casting. Like imagine the players, you know. Like if you think you're sleepy after you had all your popcorn in this 5-game series, you know, like the players, they've been going. They're exhausted. The coaches, it's so much stress because everything is riding on this game, and we'll have to see who can bring it together for the last game.
Yeah, I mean, if anything goes wrong, we'll just call it a time zone diff. If
True.
not, we're gonna call it we're the late night owls. We got
True.
the real gamer schedules going on. We
Once
see that
again, a little
same
bit of
level
a
1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going for something aggressive here. Jasp might not get caught out once again. Probably aware of it the same way that he was in game number 4. Solid stuff from both teams. Nothing to scoff at. And you see Cassante trying to get a little bit of prio as well. One goes back. An award was placed by, I believe it was Jungle King. Nothing to really talk about here. Looks like they're just chilling.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're camping in the bush. Minions have spawned top lane already, and Pulse is still here. I mean, we've seen some wacky stuff in the LEC with Scion picks, you know, where you just say, guys, I'm fine, I'm Scion. I'm going to do this weird thing where I, like, die to their blue buff, or...
This is just a
they
traditional
might-
invade.
I could see them just 4-manning bot at level 1 or doing something really crazy. We see Pulse is already walking to Wolves. I feel like as soon as Bob Timer gets to lane and the first 3 minions die, he will recognize it. I think Bob Timer is aware enough as a player to see this coming, as Pulse is now getting ready to leash the Gromp. I think this is Pulse just saying, guys, like, in this matchup, me getting XP really doesn't matter, and he doesn't care about Bob Timer getting a lead. But now we see Admis is on level 3. Yeah, like I said, Bob Timer actually called this. He saw it coming. Does this
could be
actually
a
work?
huge dive is Jazz taken very low. They will not dive under the tower, but Admis is taken
Oh,
even lower.
no.
This is scary as Jazz gets first blood. He might go down as Pulse is going for one more Valence. He will take one more back, and now Retiquin is alone versus Pulse, and he can't kill him because if he gets hit by the zombie, he dies.
He's dead to June.
Yeah.
June is going to get this kill as well, but Retiquin may die.
Oh.
No, he won't. Nicely done by Retiquin to get one more kill back.
And if we look at the bot wave. Like, what is Jas gonna lose for this? Is he gonna lose what, 2 creeps maybe?
like almost nothing. That is honestly a pretty badly failed play.
No, I mean, look
from
at the
side
goal.
of
It's
LG
1K
Premier.
at 3 minutes. NC State is so far ahead. Pulse just got his first CS at 3 minutes. Like, this play has to work. This is a play you go for. You're overloading. You literally have 4 members versus 2. You cannot die in a 4v2 situation. That is game losing for Longhorn.
And you see at least now only 1 camp down. I mean, in the end, the full 3 camp not even ending up that being that huge of a deal. Having first prio on the Scuttle Crab top side as well should be able to get that to help catch up.
Like they did all of that for a 400 gold lead on Admis, and that's like it.
Yep.
They didn't even get a kill onto Nas. He didn't even get any kill participation. He's barely 4 CS up. That's kind of a disaster for Longhorn Premier.
I mean, Nas is down 500 gold.
Yeah.
Like,
This early in the game, that is a big difference.
and especially when you put 4 people bot lane making a play like this, it's just a catastrophe.
Bob Timer is up almost 2 levels as well. This is not going to be fun for Pulse to be laning in at all.
I respect the creativity out of Longhorn, though, recognizing that they need to keep going for these out-of-the-box plays.
Oh, June and Jungle King going in onto Admis, and this lead might just get evaporated completely as Jas and Retiquin are coming up as well, and the kill goes to the Zeri! That is a disaster for Longhorn Gaming.
No
Sonder
flash.
taken so low as well. He's just got to be dead to Retiquin, and Valency can only watch as the game already starts to slip away from Longhorn Premier's fingers.
And now, if you're a Bob Timer, this is when you toss up the thumbs up emote. You say, nice cheese, bro, top diff.
Top diff. I mean,
mean,
he's
like,
5 CS up.
He's up CS. He's fine just farming. The bot lane is like so over after this. I mean, and now Valency has no flash. Jungle King has flash. He can make a play so
Look,
easily.
June is still going for it with
It's
no mana, no
confidence.
health. He is so far ahead already of Sonder. Level 5 to level 4. And he's 1-0 into this. LeBlanc is going to become a menace so fast. And Zeri's late game spike has gotten accelerated so much. She's 2-1-3. There is so much gold already been funneled into this area. 100% kill participation on Jazz. This is exactly how NC State wanted to start this game.
I think we see a lot of games where it's like you are fine scaling into late game, obviously, as NC State here. But when you get a lead like this, it's important, I think, to not let up on the gas. And we see Abmus is behind NC State's bot lane, but they see him on the wave. June is rotating. Yep, Jungle King is coming down. They're looking to collapse on him. He has no flash. Neither does Sonder, but it looks like he is going to walk out. But Sonder is walking so far forward with no flash. June is here. Will he land the chain?
Waiting on the chain.
Oh,
And
he got
chain
it.
lands.
That's got to be death. You're dead. One more kill going to the
Solo
mid laner of NC
kill.
State. And that is...
I mean, what is he doing
What is
there?
he doing?
Has no flash.
You can't walk up to contest that. You know that LeBlanc's going to go for the range or go for the roam. Just match him there and say, I will be a threat if you go down to this bot lane. I mean, this is just full credit to June with all of, we've talked about it, his laning this series has just been impeccable.
Yep.
And then you see the series been perfectly timed on the roams, perfectly matching this weird level 1 that nobody would have expected prior. I mean, just props to June. This is great play from him.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we wanted to see, right? I mean, obviously, we weren't expecting a 4-man dive bot at level 1, but...
And for it to fail miserably.
Right, but NC State, they're doing what they are supposed to do in a situation like this. They are capitalizing on mistakes, and I want to see them reset, immediately take the streak. You want to play for an early soul point this game because you're so far ahead. I think it'll be impossible for Longhorn to ever contest you on a 5v5 team fight if they just take Drake as soon as possible, get the next one spawning fast, get Soul coming up, take Herald, rotate Rediquin up. I think they should be able to just keep up the momentum and steamroll this game.
Yeah, I mean, here what I'd really like to see is just sort of some forethought here from the NCSU squad to have the bot lane start setting up waves to stack so that as Elise slowly does her full clear down to bot side to catch up in CS, they're ready to, get June to roam down immediately, 4-man dive bot, go straight up to Dragon, get it on. Even if it's not a dive that comes with kills, as long as they can chunk those carries out and have them back, that's a free Dragon for them, and every Dragon is a step closer to the game.
Exactly. Jas is up an entire Noon Quiver. June already has
Oh
his
my
sword. She's
God,
like, look at
so
that
much
damage.
Unbelievable.
That's through a null magic, by the way. Like, June is huge already.
And we saw how much work he was doing in a losing game.
Yep.
When he was behind in the beginning of the game as well, he started absolutely one-shotting people. And NC State, when they have a lead in the early game, is nigh impeccable. They have been so good. Whenever they win these early games, whenever they have a really strong lead, and look at how, and the lead is strong across the board for them.
Yep.
It's not just in the bot lane.
They have no
it's
weak
not
points.
just in the top lane. It's in every single lane, including the jungle. So this has to be a win for NC State.
We see top lane trading grass procs. There's another one back and forth. Oh, I think if Bobtimer had W there, that could have been a kill, but it is going to be one anyways, I believe.
Oh, Abness
He
is
should
to
win
go for
this
the all-in.
1v2.
Oh, great flash. But he does have another flash to make
Pretty
it out.
sure he
and
beats
He wins this
Jarvan.
1v1.
with the Scion zombie, it is a little scary, and
He
Abmus
didn't E.
does do a good job to clean up the kill. But 1v2, he gets one kill.
Yeah, no.
That's a lot of time
That's-
wasted for Abnus. as
That's your
well.
job as a weak side top laner, is take those
Definitely.
1-for-1 trades. If you can make it a 1v2, I mean, the game's just over. But if you can just get that 1v1, or at the minimum, make sure that you can minimize the amount of loss that is taken, that's your whole job. And Bob Timer is showing great mastery of that.
And just like you said, already on the dragon is NC State Jungle King, ready for it, securing the first Ocean Drake, letting that spawn timer come on early. Jas, so much strength in this early game, and we're going to see him probably take over this game pretty soon.
And in addition to trading 1-for-1 in a 1v2.
Flash forward from Valencine.
You can't flash on Zeri when she's next to a wall. Come on now.
There was a Scion.
I
down
like the
there.
proactivity, but
that guy's dead.
that is a dead Jarvan.
I mean, I was about to say, Bob Timer, not only did he trade 1-for-1.
Oh, they want to give the kill to June so badly.
June,
but they said,
June just
"No."
walking by, letting Elise. He says, "I have enough kills. Let's
You take one
take it.
this
You
time.
take it.
You can
I
have this one.
respect it.
The support 1v1.
Supportal combat.
Most intense 1v1 on the map, similar to the top lane 1v1 where they just slap each other for a really long time, although that one actually ended in a solo kill before.
But Bob Timer in that 1v2 ended up burning both flashes for both Pulse and Abmus. And we saw with Abmus's death right there, as soon as he gets hit by 1cc, if he doesn't have his flash up, he is pretty easy to catch because June can follow his flag and drag combo with the distortion. So Abmus just getting caught out alone there, giving another kill over to Jungle King back. And now, I mean, look at June, so confident to just step up in this mid wave. Like, Sonder was forced to opt into an early null magic because he's against a double AP mid jungle, and yet June is still able to pump out so much damage.
I'd really like to see Jug King start pressing this lead a lot harder. I mean, they're good to farm up and scale now already with the advantage that they have, but I mean, you want to press your wallet. You want to throw your wallet in their face and say, we will win these fights. I mean, with Elise, again, you go down, go for these dives. Even if you have to burn the spell shield, you wait and then go back in. I mean, you just need to play these smart, and NC State has shown they have plenty of ability to do that with mechanical execution.
And look at the restraint from Bob Timer here. I think this is so important to find in a player is NC State right now does not know where Admis is. Bob Timer, could he have flipped Pulson, WE'd behind him, ulted him towards his own tower?
Which is going to be crazy.
Yes, he could have gone for that play, but because he doesn't know where Admis is, he's not going to do it. But now State has vision of the jungle. They're looking for a bot play.
Jas has popped his ultimate and is going to run at Valency, and Valency
No
going to
flash,
sacrifice
remember.
his life for his AD carry to live, although Jas,
You got to hit the autos.
the auto attack's going a little bit wide for him, but he's warming up. He's been playing Ezreal, he's been playing Jinx. Now you got to aim a little bit, he'll get there.
Do we remember when Valency flash Q'd Jas? And
Flash
then
W, yeah.
Flash W, sorry, and then he just eat over the wall?
Yeah.
He didn't have a flash for
He
that.
didn't have flash there.
He dug his own grave. I mean,
You made the sandwich,
But yeah, great restraint from Bob Timer, I think, is doing very well to not give Longhorn an opportunity to get back into this game because they're so ahead, but Bob Timer doesn't necessarily have all of the gold. He says, I am going to continue to pressure my lane, slowly build up more of a CS lead, but not make a flip play where I can get punished and let Admis collect a shutdown or gold on me, herald my tower, lose all my pressure. So great restraint from him recognizing his role in this game.
I love to see it, and it's something that you almost never see in collegiate level, tier 2 amateur level games because everybody wants to play for the flashy plays. A player like Bob Timer is just so rare as June, going for something, and now the
Nice
move
cocoon.
speed popped, and Valency, are you dead again? You still don't have a flash. It's just gets to the
Maybe get out
blast
with the
cone,
blast
but the
cone.
flash forward, Jug King, that does not feel good.
Yeah, I mean, Jug King, he's sitting on a decent bit of gold. He's on like 700 right now, so he didn't have as much damage as I think he thought he had.
Admis is coming down to support Nas as well, but Jas is ready to
Another
make it
cocoon.
happen. And now June is coming down as well. Nas is as good as dead if June can land the chains. And now Bob Timer fighting out with Pulse in the top lane as well. He knows that the jungler is bot lane, so he has free reign over here, but he does miss his skill shot. Admis going back for something, anything, trying to find something. Retiquin very low, but Admis going to go down to June. Jas and Jug King going to go for more. A little bit of a flip play from Jas. Doesn't land anything, and everyone just going to back off except for June, who's going to go for a little bit more damage. Does not land a kill.
If June had ultimate there, it was a double distort, and he just gets double kill. But still so good for NC State. Longhorn is committing so many
June is
resources.
staying for a little bit longer. Might go for Valency here, and he's just going to get the kill. That is 4-0 and 3 on the mid laner for NC State. Beautifully done by June. And I love that with all the eggs that they put into these solo lane baskets, he's getting the resources, and he's playing with that confidence that he should be playing with.
yeah, I mean, June's playing with all of this mastery that we've been talking about from, I mean, this LeBlanc, like we said, even in Game 3, playing from behind the whole early game, had so many pivotal plays going on this Karma. Now up, what is it now? 4-0-3, up 10 CS, total up 2,000, almost 2,000 gold on this LeBlanc. He is going to keep throwing his wallet in
doesn't
the
even need to
players
hit
of Longhorn's
everything.
face.
Sonder is just not having
He's
a
waiting
good
on the
time.
W.
Oh my god, it's so close.
It's
He had
just,
Ignite there, it was dead.
And he even missed an ability. Like, he does so much damage.
June is playing out of his mind this game, and full props to him for showing this LeBlanc mastery.
I really respect the confidence to pull out this pick. He knew he did so well earlier. He just brought it out again. I love to see it.
Admis coming up to try to support Pulse, but Bob Timer just will not be trifled with. He just gets to walk around. This Cassante is not going to die. He's not going to get destroyed by the Scion, who essentially does no damage. And with Zeri ramping up as much as she is, she's going to be able to get that damage online very soon. And this Scion is not going to be able to stand up eventually. And Admis taking another angle, but the unstoppable from Cassante is so difficult to get through.
Does he have all out?
And he's just going to be able to, he might be able to kill Admis here. So much damage coming out from Bob Timer, but he is going to go down as Admis makes it happen. But June might be here for the cleanup, gets one onto Admis, and might go for more onto Pulse, lands the chain, and now Pulse trying to get anything back, but June just picking up for the mistakes that Bob-Timer's made.
However, while that all was going down, Jungle King back was able to collect another dragon for NC State. So again, NC State, they are playing for the fast soul. We are on track for a 25-minute 4th dragon spawn. So
Oh, the Scion ultimate in the bot lane catches out Jas. The Wild Growth goes online as well, and he does manage to E over the wall, and it is nothing gained for so much invested by Longhorn Gaming.
Riot!
Shockwave on to Elise, does not land a kill, and oh my god, he's just barely
The
living.
safety of this Zeri pick is showing out here. I mean, they keep going for
didn't
this
even
plays
burn a
next to
song!
bot wave, and you just E over, you skateboard over the wall, and they don't
now
know.
Bob-Timer coming
My
into the
turn,
bot
he
lane
says.
onto Jess, and now he's going to ult Valency away from the team. This Karma just not allowed to play the game anymore. This poor guy.
Bob-Timer just brought him back into our time zone with how far that all-out took him. I mean, Bob-Timer, he's
Look at where
seeing
June
Pulse.
is.
Yeah, I mean, June, he's just so
I wonder if he
confident.
knows where Abmus is.
He's about
He's
to.
hunting for him.
Oh no.
This should
Abmus,
spell
you might be
death.
dead.
He is.
I don't know,
So
actually, the
much
damage not that high
Okay,
overall.
no, Mercs are OP.
All right.
Yeah.
June was like, all right, you can have your life. I'll just take all the control. It's fine. And now Rift Herald going towards NC State as Jungle King is ready for the rotate, and no one can fight this LeBlanc right now.
Yeah.
Literally no one.
I mean, he's so strong. He's only going to get stronger. LeBlanc is one of the best champs in the game at actually snowballing a lead, and he's so fed against so many squishy champs. I mean, just look at the bot side of Longhorn, right? Like, we saw him against a Sivir and a Karma a few games ago. Okay, let's see this. Oh,
Oh my
Oh.
god, so much damage
Oh.
coming out from June. Doesn't quite land the last ability, doesn't have the cooldown yet, but I'm pretty sure he has a lot of gold to spend. So,
yeah,
next,
2K.
next back, he's getting that kill.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to pick up, what, a Rod here or the Hextech
And
Alternator?
It's going to take a while for this Orianna to be even able to survive these. I mean, she is not close to getting her Seraph. Seraph's being essentially the only defensive tool that she'll have for
Right.
a while. And then Sivir with her spell shield only on Kraken Slayer. I mean, again, you eat one ability, the others will kill you.
And that's what feels so bad. You know, when you're behind in a game, the way you want to be spending your gold is offense. Like, you really want to build as much damage as you can so you can actually start collecting kills. So it feels so bad when you're this behind against assassins.
Oh my
because
god, Valency is just not allowed to play the game at all. Jungle King is going to get caught out a little bit, but what can you do? This team
Nothing.
has so much disengage. The Wild Growth, the Whimsy, the Zeri existing. You are just not allowed to catch this team. They are so slippery naturally.
Uh-oh.
Sonder might just be dead.
Uh-oh.
As
Oh,
well as
June
the disengage
overheated
of
a little
the...
bit. He is alone, but the team is there, and Jungle King has his back as he is back once again, and June going for even more.
Meanwhile-
Atmos barely lives, and Bob-Timer going for a wet noodle fight in the top lane. The all-out coming out as well. He is so much damage. Not really. He's playing a tank. But now, unless
Oh!
Pulse barely living.
Almost a
By the skin
Bumba.
of his teeth, does have to burn his ultimate. A teleport is about to be back online.
Cassante with the click of a button going from tank to assassin.
Yeah. I mean, just look at the map for the side of Longhorn. Where can they go? We saw this, and I think it was game 2 against NC State, where they felt like they were not allowed outside of their base. Like, it's 18 minutes, and they have already lost all 3 of their outer turrets. In just 1 minute, the third Drake will be spawning for NC State. And then 40 seconds after that, it will be Baron on the map. And I really think NC State can start pressuring this. And look at June. So much confidence. Building
Is that a
Medjai.
Medjai's?
That is a Medjai's. He bought the book.
He's ready to go.
I love to see it. He's going to have so much damage online, and he's actually properly going to one-shot Nas, Valency, and Sonder, and even maybe Abmus in this game.
I mean, it could be like, look, we see Jarvan is trying to opt in for that Hex Drinker mob build. We saw Jungle King going for in the first game when Longhorn had so much magic damage on their side. But this game, it's not the same because you don't have a 1 in 5 Jinx on the enemy team. You have a 4-kill Zeri, and you have a decently fed Cassante. Both of those do so much physical damage. It's just not going to be the same value. If you are building so heavily to just survive assassin damage when you're this behind in a game, you're just going to get shredded by the ADC, and you're not going to have the damage to actually make a play and find kills.
As you said, I mean, when it comes to overall buying the book and these offensive item spikes, Zeri now sitting on one component of that Infinity Edge, and as soon as that is popped, I mean, you have 2 major damage threats. One consistent, one all burst.
Jungle King might be in a bad spot here. He is alone. The repeller's
Terrible
come down in
timing.
the middle of the team. June is on the backline and will take out Valency before anything else happens. Bob Timer also in the backline, but Jazz is going to get jumped down by Abmis, and it is just Bob Timer taking care of Sonder. The whole team against him. Rediquin does go down off the screen, but June is still alive. Full HP for this LeBlanc, as is Jazz, but he is going to get zoned away by Pulse. Bob Timer going to make it happen onto Abmis, and now the 2 carries for NC State are still alive. June does get one back onto Sonder, and another one back onto Nas, and it is Jazz and June versus Pulse. And Pulse, will you be able to make it happen? This area is so slippery, and you cannot. Almost in aces, Valency respawns. That's how long that fight was.
Look at the book, 24 pages. June is about to write a novel about what he did to Longhorn today.
And I mean, Sion, no damage overall. Other than these Heartsteel procs, he's just not going to be able to do anything to this Zeri. She's just going to use him as free lifesteal fodder.
And the best part is June doesn't even have to back now. He's so strong. 24 pages in the book. He's going to still one-shot people even before setting and buying more.
Another 2K gold in pocket already with 10K in the bank total.
Yeah, and because June is so strong, I really want to see him actually intentionally desync his base with Jas. You know, you see Jas is coming out of base with the gold he just collected in that fight. I like how June is staying on the map. This way, Longhorn cannot walk into
June.
Dragon Pit for free. Now, if NC State wants, June could even reset and then TP back because these back timers are desynced. So we see him channeling the recall. If he completes it or not is yet to see, but he has so much gold.
An
Also,
attempt at taking some space is Longhorn Gaming as they see the back from June, and then that makes an attempt
He's
on an
TPing
engage.
bot. He's going for the long con here.
Also, that 50% damage that we saw in Karma a moment ago was one regular Q out of the LeBlanc. That was not a distorted combo.
There's so much damage coming out from June, but look at him. He's going on a long flank. I do not know if they know of his position. Abmis is going to go in and might find Jas, but he's just able to get out of there. And now, look at this. Bob Timer allowed to wreak havoc on the back line. The carries of NC State are untouched. Jas just gets the free hit. June is legendary. Unbelievable stuff from NC State as they're going to keep going on this fight. A double kill for Jas and another one for Jug King as the zombie of Sion is the only thing left alive. NC State gets to walk it down bot lane. Beautifully done. 24-6 over a 10K gold lead. And I have to say, this has been a stomp for NC State so far.
Longhorn committed everything to get this dragon. I'm not really sure why. They're saying, like, guys, we just have to fight this dragon. I think they realize that if it did get to the soul point, they would have an even worse chance at taking that fight. So they literally just said, guys, 5-man in the pit. We're going to hard commit for this dragon. But June, coming off of that reset, like, look at this damage.
He gets another one. It's not fair. You're just bullying them. They can't play the game. They can't get out of their base. They can't walk up to objectives. They're just going to get one shot.
The novel is done. The magician has written Homer's Odyssey. I mean, he is on 25 stack, 2 separate items on top of the Magi.
Oh, no.
And he's going again. Nas, your time is limited. An ult attempt from Pulse. The engage goes wide, and you find nothing after wasting all of those resources.
I mean, wonderful play overall. June burns flash there due to a slight misstep forward, but
He overheated.
overheated just a little bit. He's feeling a little hot in those shoes.
11-0-8 for June, 7-1-8 for Jas. The hyper carries for NC State are online. It is 25-6 over an 11K gold lead for NC State. What way is there back into this game for Longhorn Gaming?
I mean, one of the typical gold rules is that you take the overall time, divide it by 2, and if the gold lead is over that number, it is almost insurmountable. And we're at about a 11.5K gold lead to a 12-minute.
I'm sorry.
To a 12 goal. Probably on 12 now. This lead is almost insurmountable.
I'm pretty confident that Valency has died 8 times to June.
Yeah, I mean, I would believe it, you know, and as we were saying, as soon as like 40 seconds after that third dragon spawn, Baron is coming up, and State, I mean, look at Jason's
it feels
items.
Like the mental just has to be broken at this point because look, your 80 carries alone in mid, your mid laner is bot lane trying to split push or something, and your top laner is just dying to 3
Took his hands off the keyboard.
Took his hands off the keyboard. He's given up. It's 28-6. The gold lead is insurmountable at this point. It is all but NC State needing to take the Baron and walk it down mid lane for this game to end.
It's just up to NC State now whether they decide to throw the wallet and walk into mid lane after this, or if they want to play it safe, get the soul, and go for that dressed in 2 colors end.
Is rooted here. He's whimsy. There's nothing you can do. Bob Timer will secure the kill. Jung King is going to hopefully not die to the Baron. That would be kind of embarrassing. The shield coming on for Lulu as well. And that is a gigantic objective for the side of NC State University.
I mean, that has to be the nail in the coffin for Longhorn. I mean, just look at the items, look at the gold difference, look at the kills, look at the map pressure. Like, what avenue does Longhorn have? They do not have a single tower, a single Drake. Like, they're just completely suffocated
I
in
want
this
to point
game.
out that NC State has more than a kill per minute.
We
That
are
is
looking.
insane.
We are looking at a 14K gold lead. This is genuinely undoable for Longhorn.
And look at this. Jazz just gets to walk up, and that's the Runon's Hurricane doing all of that damage to Nas. Like, what can you do?
You can't-
All you do is walk up and die when your carries are so far ahead. The Zeri, Lulu, the LeBlanc proving to be too much for Longhorn Premier. A desperate attempt from Abnus to find anything onto June, but it just means your inhib tower goes down. It means your inhib goes down as well. The flash forward from Jung King as he's going for literally anything. It doesn't matter if it's a flip play because the table is too heavy to flip at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you can't line up in front of the Fedzeri. She'll get the
Yeah.
piercing damage and just melt both of you. I mean, it's
I mean-
just it's unbearable.
June has a hat. I'm afraid it's over.
June has a hat.
Oh my god, that was 1 Q onto Abnus, and that was like a quarter of his health bar.
I'm
And
confident.
he's supposed to be kind of tanky.
I'm confident W alone would one-shot the
Oh
Karma.
my
my!
god, Gas gets
Q
a taste
distort makes
of-
death.
of what his support has been feeling for the entire game. This poor team has been.
Oh my, where did he go?
June has absolutely one-shot every. I hope he gets a penta. Oh my god, and he might go for one more. Pulse is very tanky. Jung King goes down. June gets a triple.
It didn't count as a triple, so
Oh,
no
it's not a
penta,
triple,
only
no
possible
penta
unofficial.
available. But for the first time
timer.
in 5 years since 2018, North Carolina State University will book their ticket to nationals in a dominant Game 5 over UT Austin, the Longhorn Premier. They fall after a valiant effort in Games 3 and 4. NC State shows their dominance, and they're going to book their ticket to LA.
Wow, I mean, couldn't be said better. NC State, first time in 5 years. We had some issues, of course, that every league saw with COVID, and now in a bit of a post-COVID area, we've made it. I mean, rejoice, we're
Yeah,
here.
I mean, just amazing from NC State. You know, after games 3 and 4, I know everyone was starting to get a bit nervous, but June said,
Nah!
right here, guys.
Right
just
here.
hop on."
Got
What, June in the end, 16-1, one death
Yeah,
right at the end.
I
We
mean,
won't count it. 16-1.
Everyone's votes for player of the series. My vote is June. I think even off of the LeBlanc, like in his Oriana game, he was able to absorb so much pressure without actually dying to any of the ganks, holding on to his summoners so well. So my vote, player of the series, is June.
Absolutely. I'm in agreement there. I think June proved his mettle, and this team has, for a long time, been the Bob Timer show when he's on those tanks, on those unkillable top laners, and the Jazz show when he's on those hyper carries. But they proved that they have an absolutely lethal threat in the mid lane, and June proved to be a top-level contender in collegiate League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see June continue this look instead of the, we saw the Lissandra.
And he's great on Lissandra.
Even then, he was playmaking. It just wasn't as much of that carry threat. I like this double threat NC State team that we hadn't seen before. I mean, we have that LeBlanc, that Oriana, in which he was a genuine carry threat. I mean, yeah, June would be the player of the series. Jazz, of course, did his normal, consistent carry look, but I mean, June, the LeBlanc game from behind, they lose in the end, but it is almost carried on his back.
That's true. Yeah, amazing game from him. Amazing performance from NC State. I think resolve is the name of the game here. This series has been going on for over 4 hours now, so from all of the players, just an amazing job sticking through, like just keeping the mental strong even after those third and fourth games, just knowing like, guys, we're the better team. We can win this. We deserve to go to nationals. So now, next for NC State, they made it to national playoffs. I think their next game will be in a week or two, so we'll be back with more action then.
And they'll be
Huge,
buffed after the
huge.
immediate LCS finals in Raleigh.
Yoo-hoo! Huge GGs to Longhorn Premier, who really put up a way better fight than we initially anticipated
Yep.
once we saw games 1 and 2. Games 3 and 4 were very interesting. They showed some really awesome picks and showed some really awesome resolve as well after the frankly not close game 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And to be able to turn it around like that and still keep the series interesting that means they are no slouch of a team. Extremely GGs to them. I want to give a special shout out to Pulse, who was really, really solid in the top lane the entire series, kept Bob Timer from ever running away with anything, and even in these sort of bad matchups like the Cho'Gath and like into the Cassante, he still kept it close and was still able to make plays as best he could. But Game 5,
Well played to both teams. It gave us so much entertainment. Maybe a bit more than we would have asked for, but it was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we got a long series and bright notes overall to the Longhorns, even on the losing side, to look forward to. I mean, things to learn from and look forward to the next season of any of the players that are still in and still want to keep playing. And onward to the future, looking to nationals for NC State, going to be boot camping these next 2 weeks, working together. I think everybody's going to take a short celebratory break this weekend, watch the finals here in our home city of Raleigh.
woo!
Go Pack. And, we're just looking forward.
Huge thank you to the UNC Chapel Hill Esports Club for bringing us into the studio and helping us produce. They're dear friends of us. Shout out to Ryan McDad, who's the president of the Esports Club at UNC, who's doing the observing for us right now and running the stream. Shout out to Camo Henry, who's been with us the entire time. Shout out to everyone who came in for Valorant earlier as well. Huge thanks for hosting us in the Carolina Gaming Arena. I've been Avinash, North Carolina. Joining me is Rami Baba and Presto. And from all of us here from UNC, NC State, North Carolina in general, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you very soon.
Thank you. Good
Bomba.
night.